projects. So if that provides any comfort. Then this last timing slide really just outlines specifically some of the things that so I'm repeating myself, hoping that the more times that I say this to you, it makes sense and it kind of sinks in. And if you have questions, let me know. But there is something that you might need to do called a reimbursement resolution. So if the county would to start putting its own funds into this project in advance of any borrowing, you would want to adopt something called a reimbursement resolution. And I think that the county has done that in the past for projects. And it's really just a declaration for federal purposes that says, we know we're using our money and we know we're going to pay ourselves with tax exempt bond proceeds. So that does not apply to architect and engineering, what we consider a soft cost. This would be the first brick you buy, the first bag of concrete, the first real tangible capital asset. You would want to make sure you have that in place. There is a 60-day look back from when the county board would adopt a reimbursement resolution. So you do have a little bit of wiggle room. And then there are some parameters that you would need to issue if you are funding a project with more than this bond issue. Then you have 18 months from that first expenditure to issue the bonds. And if you went to month 19, all that happens then is the expenditures that were in month 1, you can't reimburse those. So it's sort of a rolling 18-month period, but we like to time that so that you aren't losing out on any money that you would have put towards this project. So there's the reimbursement resolution, and then there are just some of those steps that we've talked about. So we would do some bond sizing, sort of as I've already done, to fund the projects that you need. There would be, again, the 5-year capital improvement plan. And then there would be some offering documents prepared and legal documents prepared. There would need to be that call by the board for the public hearing, and then subsequently publish that notice of public hearing and intent to issue bonds. Then we have the public hearing, which is held, and the adoption by the board of a resolution, again, just saying that we approve this CIP plan and we are going to borrow bonds. There are a few parameters in that resolution that are very small things, such as what's the maximum amount of bonds you're going to issue for this project that we're talking about, and a little bit of a description for the bonds is needed as well. Then we have that 30-day reverse referendum period, and I'm going to assume that you will not have any folks contesting your plan. And then we would be along the same lines while we're waiting, preparing those documents. You would likely have a bond issue that would require a credit rating. So then we would go through the credit rating process. We would want to hold a discussion with the credit rating agency, and they will be evaluating the county's overall financial ability to repay that debt and assign a rating for those bonds. There could be also, because this is a jail project, there is a state credit enhancement program that could be entered into. So what that does is it provides the county the ability to issue debt, but use the state of Minnesota's credit rating, which is AAA, which is the highest rating. So there would be some financial benefit to having the bonds have a slightly higher rating than the county has currently. There are a few procedural steps for that. The county board would need to have an application and just a few other documents and that express interest in joining that credit enhancement program. There is a non-refundable $500 fee to do that, but the $500 would be more than outweighed with lower rates that you would receive by having the state of Minnesota's AAA credit rating on those bonds. So then we market the bonds. We would set a sale date, have a bond sale, and then there would be some additional documents that need to be executed by folks from the county. Again, you have that resolution awarding the bonds. There'll be some tax certificates, 80/30 AG, and just regular debt documents that need to be done, and then you would have your proceeds. So I've outlined about a 16-week process, if that's sort of helpful. When you, a lot of times what we do is we look backwards for when you need the funds and start the process with that end date in mind. But it is somewhat of a lengthy process, and that's really due to the fact that we have to set and hold that public hearing. Yes, Jenny.
Heather, I was wondering, in our debt, was our local option sales tax program or projects included in that debt?
I don't believe so. I will, if I can flip back to it. What you have for the debt are capital and improvement plan bonds. So they've gone through the similar process. Maybe I'm not recalling if you are offsetting those with current local option sales tax. And Amy, I'm not sure if that's something that you can clarify, or Doug.
My understanding is that the bonds that are issued currently are being paid for with lost dollars. So the fund, so does that help, Jenny?
Yep. So those are those projects then. Okay.
Great. And notwithstanding the repayment source, there are still those thresholds, Jenny, to meet with in terms of the the statutory restrictions with the 0.12%. Sort of regardless of the repayment source, you need to be able to meet those thresholds, which you meet very with a lot of extra room.
All right, thank you.
But I think maybe, Jenny, what you're getting at is the actual net tax impact on your property taxpayers, because those are being offset with those local option sales tax dollars. It's not adding to your ad valorem tax levy.
Okay.
Great. I think I just had one more slide, which really, so there are just a few other items kind of relating to the bond sale that I thought it might just be prudent to talk about. So when we go through credit rating process, they like the last 3 years of your audited financial statements, your recent budget. The county holds AA3 rating by Moody's and an A- rating by S&P. So for Moody's, I talked about how the AAA was the highest. So AAA, and then the next notch down for Moody's is AA1, then AA2, then AA3, where you're at. So it's still in the AA range, which is very high. With S&P a little bit lower, being just in the single A category as opposed to the AA. But I would like to recommend that any bonds that might be issued for this project, it would be very helpful if the audit was available. That's just the preference. Is certainly if there are some unaudited actual numbers, that would be able to work as well. We would not want to hinder the process, but I do believe with the time frame that I understand, having funds maybe early next year in 2027, then you would have the audit at that time. If you did not, then we would need to talk a little bit more in depth about sort of what's happening with the audit. But I think Amy has assured me that right now everything is tracking on time. So then I just thought I would mention a couple other things. When you have debt outstanding, when you have more than $10 million of debt outstanding, payable by tax levies. So sometimes we can get some credit for this, that there are just a little bit more filing requirements. So the whole process of continuing disclosure, when you have tax exempt debt, your investors would like to have information on an annual basis. How is the county doing? So it either looks like just your audited financial statements are provided, or there are some tables that are included in your offering statement that have a little bit more valuation, tax collection data. And those are a separate filing, which is called financial and operating data. But again, it's not a heavy lift. And this is just so that the folks who invest in the county's bonds have an understanding of where things are. And then there's also arbitrage rebate considerations. Again, when you're issuing tax exempt debt, the IRS says, we are giving you this discounted rate, but in order to receive that rate, we want you to spend your proceeds in a certain manner. Otherwise, if you earn above your borrowing yield, then we want that money back here to the IRS. So there's 6, 18, and 24-month spending exceptions. And if you meet those benchmarks, if you do earn a higher amount on your investments than your borrowing yield, then you're able to keep that money. So it's just something that should be tracked. Really with that, I have, just a few
Can I-
slides here on
You can
kind of
ask a
who we
question.
are, but I was not going to go through those things unless, you would like to hear a bit more about me.
My understanding, the current credit rating for the county is BBB minus. This AAA3 that you have here is just speculation after reviewing the last 3 audit periods on the last slide you had.
I thought I looked up on the Moody's website and that was what they were reporting.
What's that? You looked at what?
I-
website?
I looked at the Moody's Investors website.
Yeah, they were reporting A3.
And that is what I saw. Yes, let me can pull it up here on the side. Oh, let's see. Of course, it's not letting me pull it up at the same time. Let me try again. Were there any other questions while I'm trying to pull that up here? Stop sharing. It never seems to work right when I need it to work. Apologies for that.
And you can move forward. I just was reported in 2023 that our rating was reduced because the 2021 budget was only had $7,000 reserve funds. So I don't know if it's changed. When Dylan was here, he did not report a change. He was still operating under the BBB.
It is thinking for me currently.
Okay. Well, you can move on with your presentation and get that information later. I'm just trying to clarify where
Sure.
we're at.
No, absolutely. Okay, actually, let's see. So if I share what I'm looking at, the Moody's rating, issuer rating confirmed January 20th, 2026, AA3. And here this is showing Mille Lacs County, Minnesota. So I do have it differently. So it has.
Maybe it might have been upgraded and we've not been informed, which is probably
It
good.
could be. I mean, it looks like it was just at the beginning of this year.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. The last, as I said, the last few slides, I could talk about, PFM, how, where we are a national company, kind of all the things that we do. But I thought this time with you this morning was really to focus on your project. So again, I'm happy to talk more about me, but I don't know that that's what you really want this morning, but.
I think it was all very helpful. I appreciate the information. Thank you.
Good, you're welcome.
So Heather's going to stick around until 9 o'clock, and we have another bonding issue to talk to you guys about after we're finished with this one. So
Dan, can you use your microphone?
If we do this project and we have an increased debt ratio and we're paying on it, what does that impact on our existing levy? You know?
well, that depends on how the budgets go for that year as well, right? So
Yeah, I understand.
it is a consideration to think about. And especially the other thing to think about is the infrastructure challenges that you guys are facing, not only in the sheriff's department, but across the county. And then the other thing to think about is state and federal funding changes, and to think about how projects like this would impact it. But this is an investment, a long-term investment, as the sheriff's office explained last meeting, so.
Yeah, it's investment, but sometimes he has to respond to taxpayers. What I'm hearing is that they don't want any more big increases. I know the inflationary increase, depends on how he issues bonds, you're correct, how much that's gonna impact the levy, so I guess we'll have to, when we get there, look at it. All right, thanks.
Amy, I have one more question for you. As far as recommendations go for a 5, 7, or 10-year, what do you recommend?
As far as,
Repayment.
yeah, as far as repayment goes, the 7-year plan looks like it could be accomplished. However, the trends in lost revenue is going downward. So it's all up. It's just another one of those things to consider as you go through it. But as Heather explained, those first 2 years could maybe be re-amortized and spread across later years as well. So there's different things that you can still do with this to manipulate how those repayment periods look.
And I'd like to interject that, so what you see are schedules that were run a couple of weeks ago. Of course, it's all subject to market adjustments. I would not expect that we would see any kind of vast change, but just understand that the actual debt service would not be locked in and finalized until that day of sale.
I guess one other thing I would add is, as the sheriff's office explained, this is the first step in more repairs that are going to be needed in the building. Prolonging a payback period on the $3 million project, what happens if something else comes up that needs to be addressed immediately? So taking that into consideration as the payback period is decided.
I guess the question is, what projects have the sheriff shared with you that he hasn't shared with us that's gonna add on to this project?
I don't have any specific projects, but the reality is it's an old building, so. Great.
We'll have maintenance funds, well, what about projects that require additional bonding?
We just know that there's other sections of the jail besides what we're looking at some point. Have a specific project we're not working on. It's the obvious truth that there's sections of the jail that are still need to be pressed down the road.
Yeah, you have your own 5-year capital improvement plan?
Our own, separate from the one that the counties.
The county has one, but each department submits capital improvements for a 5-year plan. You have improvements already recognized that you would put in that 5-year plan?
I mean, we don't have a specific plan laid out. I mean, we've spent a lot of time in discussing this. can do to fix it.
Sheriff, if you're still talking, if you could come to the mic so that we can hear you online. Thank you.
We don't have a separate plan that the board's not aware of. I think generally what I will say is everybody's aware that we've got an aging facility that has a lot of deficiencies beyond just what we're talking about here today. I anticipate down the road that the DOC is gonna come after that Mead Max area, that 1974 edition next, because it's 50 years old. That's just reality. Do I have a plan written down right now to address that? No. We've spent a lot of time talking about, we had that option too that we were gonna consider, where we were gonna look at the loss funds to just kind of do the whole thing. That obviously fell through and didn't work out. So we're back to kind of square one, and square one right now is addressing the immediate need, which is this booking issue. I don't know if that answered your question or not, but that's where we're at.
Well, I only asked that question because I hear scuttlebutt about a phased approach, and I was kind of caught off guard by the sheltered storage proposal that just showed up on today's agenda, because that hasn't been discussed, and as far as I know, that wasn't even part of a capital improvement plan. So I'm trying to reach out, trying to figure out how we, as commissioners, can manage a capital improvement plan over 5 years of when we keep getting surprised by additional, I call project escalations. And, not saying this is needed. I understand that the food service place has to be fixed, the laundry has to be fixed. Those
Yep.
Some of them are capital, some of them are maintenance, hopefully
Yep.
they can be under the maintenance, annual maintenance cost, but, it's just getting all this stuff together so that when we have a complete list, that's what I heard is that we don't have a complete list. But that's something that each department head has to supply, when we put budgets together. We put annual budgets together, but we also need to put long-term budgets together to keep the cost down. All right, thanks for your comments.
Yeah, if you want a more inclusive list, we could probably sit down and write that of everything that's wrong with the facility. And I feel like we kind of already did that when we had the option 2 that was presented. But there's a lot of things that are, maintenance related that I know Nolan tracks in there too, that he keeps track of as far as, whether it's an air handler or an AC unit on the roof or whatever. There's a lot of moving parts to it. But if the board is interested in looking at a more inclusive list of just everything that needs to be done, if we had a blank check to write right now, we could certainly do that.
Or maybe even like just a wish list per se. Okay, year so-and-so, we hope to maybe update this, or,
Sure.
what's the greatest,
Yep.
right away to 10 years out or 5 years out.
Our ultimate wish list would have been that option 2, which was expensive, as you all know,
Right.
but.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but if there's ever anything any of you want to see or know, please don't hesitate to contact me. You don't have to wait for a board meeting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Do you have guidance for next steps? Would you like to see us move forward with this? Would you like us to go back and look at those first 2 years in a different way? Would you like a resolution at the next meeting?
Madam Chair, just kind of a follow-up to Dan's thing, to make sure that we've kind of explored everything that could go into this bond so that we're not just moving forward with this one and then 2 years down the road having to move forward with another one. I had a question, and I think Doug addressed it, but I don't know that he addressed it to the full board. I was wondering about the $750,000 of equipment that needs to go on the tower for the police radios. If that could be included in this. I just want to make sure that we've got kind of everything in the next few years that is going to handle what we need.
One moment, I'm sorry. we can come back to the board with some scenarios on that as well. This was something that was brought up to me several days ago, after we had asked Heather to explore this idea. And we can see what that looks like.
Okay.
You want me to explain?
Yeah, I understand. We have other-
Use your microphone, please.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, I understand. It's, Jenny's point is good. If we're gonna have to do something, let's put it all together. So,
The other thing to keep in mind, though, is that Captain Amman had explained that they wanted to start this project in early 2027. So essentially, it is worth exploring to make sure that we do this correctly. However, once you get into the month of September, you're making things, it gets a little bit tight on that deadline.
I think that we could probably pull together another work session within the next meeting or two to decide what all that we want to include in that.
Commissioner Tallenhausen, any comments?
Use your microphone, please.
Everything's about money and we gotta figure out a way to cover it all, you know?
So next meeting, another work session, come up with a list.
You want a list of
I guess,
upcoming projects from the sheriff as well?
or immediate, Jenny, do you think just some, like, the equipment, if there was anything else that's immediate, like what, next couple of
Right.
years or?
Well, like the sheriff's cold storage, that's to get everything out of the Cove location. To make sure that it's under some kind of cover so that the equipment doesn't deteriorate and that it is stored securely. So I guess we have to kind of pick and choose what all that we think is very important. Have our top projects rise to the top and then decide a dollar amount to move forward with. And Heather, I'm assuming it has to stay within parameters.
Yes, but you have an extraordinary amount of flexibility there because you have such a low current debt burden that I'm gonna guess whatever you need is
Is available.
It's available. It's just more what's the preference of the county for how much debt you want and what you want those payments to look like. And then again, as Jenny, both you and Amy have mentioned, your local option sales tax offset, and then what, if any, is the actual direct ad valorem tax burden.
Okay. Thank you, Heather.
Right. Amy, is this the same meeting link for later, or is there a different one?
I apologize, I'm sorry.
For the 9 o'clock, I just didn't know if I'm staying on this meeting or if there was another meeting link.
Yep, there is another meeting at 9. We're going to move into that conduit bonding issue, if that's okay, if you have a couple more minutes.
Oh, yes, that's
the
why I just
same.
wanted to make sure that this was the
It's
same
the
meeting
same
link.
link. Yep.
Same
the
link.
same link.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, our next topic is a conduit bonding proposal that came to us from Dorsey Whitney. They reached out to Doug and I a couple of weeks ago, asking if the county would be interested in being a conduit bonding issuer for LM Healthcare and LM Homes, so LM Wellspring and LM Meadows in Princeton and Malacca. What Dorsey and Whitney is asking us to do, well, the county to do, I should say, is issue $9 million in conduit tax exempt bonds that can be designated as bank qualified. The total project is a reinvestment into infrastructure and renovations at both facilities. Both are have been in your community for quite a while. The total project cost is $17.5 million. They have also gone to the cities of Malacca and Princeton to have them also consider this as an opportunity to issue bonds in this capacity. So what I have in the packet is a draft of a conduit bonding policy, because there wasn't one on the books for Mille Lacs County. This is a new concept to Mille Lacs County, but in Doug's research, he also found that this is probably new for both Princeton and Malacca. I believe Malacca held a meeting on this last week as far as taking a first look at a conduit bonding policy. This draft has not been vetted by the county attorney. I have not had a chance to connect with him on this yet, but we wanted to get something in front of the board to consider as you think about this project and whether or not the county would like to learn more about it and participate in it.
What do you guys think? Any comments?
Well, I read through the policy, and if it's okay with the county attorney, it looks, I mean, it's just a policy. So we don't have to issue bonds, but I thought it looked good, and it's a good economic development tool for us to do, because it doesn't obligate any debt to the county. It just helps the bondholders get a lower interest rate. On this particular project, you know, I guess I would, since they're incorporated cities, I would like the cities to respond to it first before we actually respond to it. But I'm sure they have as much work as we have to do to get to that point. I'm not sure what the timeline is for the Elam Home Associations, but.
The gentleman from Dorsey Whitney did share that they are looking to close on this project in mid-September. So they are operating on quite a tight timeline. We have met with them several times. Laney was also included on one of the calls just to consider things from an economic development perspective. I did notice the gentleman who was conducting these meetings does this he does this all the time. He's very good at what he does. He did offer to come to a meeting and explain how the process works, how it, and give more details on that. Also, Heather is here if you have any questions on the conduit bonding process and what it actually looks like. If you have any questions right now. So
My question, is this kind of like a tip to their property taxes, or are they exempt from property taxes?
So this process in no way would obligate the taxpayers or the county. What is being asked is that the county, who is able to issue $10 million in tax exempt bonds every fiscal year, let this company issue $9 million of those, and then the project is funded, and then the project that the people who are doing the project are obligated to pay those bonds back.
Okay.
So they would issue an opinion.
It's not like a TIF district where the taxes are collected to pay back public improvements or anything of that sort. Just they're making their money based on what they charge their customers and everything else.
Correct. So the county can put the requirements in that these businesses come and provide financial statements. They could come and provide a presentation every year, and they have to meet the criteria that's within the policy. There's a lot of leeway here. Even if the county chooses not to participate in this particular project, it would be a very good idea to get something like this on within your policy and something on your fee schedule, just for future considerations. So,
Jenny has a question.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, and I think that the county has the capacity to handle this better than the cities. I think the cities would kind of be more piecemeal if Malacca is handling Malacca and Princeton's handling Princeton. I just think it's a good project, and this is something that we should do.
Anybody else?
Is there any unforeseen risk to us?
there is a reputational risk. So if the bonds were to be issued, if there were to be a default, there could be a reputational risk that the county issued bonds to this organization and now they're not paying that back. The risk factor on that is probably very minimal. However, it is something to consider,
Okay, Elam's been in both communities for a long time.
right?
Okay.
Yeah. And,
Just have to
and
be
if you have a strong policy, you can lean into it and make those requirements.
My only comment is, once you get this to the county attorney for review, if we could have it on the board for a board meeting, approval or disapproval by August, sometime in August.
Based on the timeline, yeah, it would need to be the next board meeting is where we would need to have that available for approval.
I'm sure the county attorney has nothing else better to do than that. Yeah, there you go.
So I think it sounds like everyone's in agreement and have our attorney look at it and then put it on the next meeting. Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, well,
That's all I have. I just wanted to say thank you, Heather, for attending today, and we appreciate your input and your presentation.
yes,
You're very
thank you.
welcome.
It was very helpful.
If there are other questions after this meeting, please feel free to work through Doug and Amy, and happy to be helpful.
I don't have any questions, but thanks for looking up that bond rating. That's probably good news. Thank you.
Yes, I will see if I can grab the report and send it off to Amy and Doug as well.
All right.
Thank you.
Great. Have a good day. Thanks, everyone.
All right, take a quick 5-minute break. Good morning, everyone. We will call this county board meeting to order. If you stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we'll need approval of the agenda. I don't think we have any additions.
I have a question on the agenda though. For items 5.3 and 5.4, is that necessary for those reports or surveys to come to a board meeting? Because they're not really approved or anything, they're just informational. Can they be put into the workshop for informational purposes instead? Or is there a statutory requirement that they have to be in a public meeting?
No, I mean, we could move those to a work session item. It was just for discussion purposes.
So would that be after our board meeting?
Well, I mean,
Moving
for
on
future
or
reference,
moving
I
on?
didn't want to change it now, I just wanted
Okay.
for future reference, because we get a lot of the reports, but they're just general, there's no real decision made on them, so they really don't have, I don't think they have to be public, but our work sessions are open, so people can still hear them. But with that, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Okay, and then we will do by roll call, and we'll start with Dan, Jenny, Roger, Jay, Jenny, Roger, Dan. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Jenny, you're next.
Oh, aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. All right, moving on to the consent agenda. Anything on there that you'd like to pull for further questioning or information?
Madam Chair, I'll move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, all those in favor, again, starting with Jay.
Aye.
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 Motion carried. All right, moving on to the regular agenda. 5.1. Which
Is
is
Nolan here to speak to this?
Nolan.
Not here.
If we can hold off, I'll see where Nolan's at.
Okay, moving on then to 5.2. Amy's up.
Good morning. This is action items to consider a proposal from Clifton Larson Allen for extended accounting and support services through the ASO transition. This is a proposal to include audit support, essentially creating a source of information and compliance issues and that kind of thing as the ASO department works through the CFO transition. The proposal also includes end user training on the Munis system due to the number of requirements or due to the number of retirements and transitions that have occurred throughout the county and throughout the ASO department in particular. There really isn't an on-site Munis expert. There are several department heads here present today that can probably also agree with me that an end user training from a third party is a wise investment. It can draw a line in the sand as far as accountability and help our end users who went through the transition into Munis about 3 or 4 years ago get some additional support, get some additional one-to-one training, and as another consideration would be the IT department transition as well. They were impacted by a major retirement. They've had additions to their employees and their department is growing. Again, there is no on-site Munis administration expert. This is an investment into transparency. It's an investment into stability. And it's an investment in the employees of Mille Lacs County who are using the system to make sure that it's operating at its full capacity and doing the things that the county needs it to do in order to give you timely, accurate information.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, concerns?
I think it's a good proposal because I understand the struggles going on in the CFO area. The dollar rate per hour is pretty high. Is there some central person in control in the county that's gonna, I mean, obviously the administrator and the CFO, whoever operating the CSO will have contact with these people, but are all employees going to be able to contact them? I mean, at the hourly rate, things get out of hand pretty quick.
So the proposal that they have prepared is at an hourly rate for the finance team to use for resources as they make their way through the audit and through the CFO transition. It also includes pricing for one-time session training, one-to-one training with end users and that would be at the determination of department heads and who is using the system. This company is willing to come and train our trainers. They're willing to come to each department. It just depends on what the county needs and what department heads need in order to, I guess I could say, team Munis. I think Sheriff would agree with me. Thank you, Kyle.
And the state said it's going to be funded by the professional service line and the reconciliation designation funds, which under this year's budget. I'm just concerned whether it's going to go outside this year's budget, but that's for you to control. But I'll make a motion to approve this request, to approve the agreement with CLA to support the ASO department during the CFO transition, to outsource audit and budget support and provide muni system training.
Second.
Any more discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I just wanted to say that as I was at the NACO conference the last few days, I did meet with Tyler Technologies here at the conference, and I relayed to them our frustration with working with Munis and turnover from the county. It wasn't easy for a lot of people to pick up. So they were actually going to reach out to us later on this week and try to give us some more support.
Okay. Again, we will start with Jay.
Aye.
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 Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, 5-3. Carly. Or Nolan's here now. Do we want to jump back to 5-1?
Yes.
Hi, Nolan.
Good morning. Apologize. I was taking care of some projects outside that we're working on for repairs on the CVS.
Nolan, is the microphone on?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
It's easier to hear now. Thank you.
Bet it is. Yes, I apologize. I was tending to some repairs. We're doing a couple of repairs to the doors over at the CVS, so I was a little late in getting here. It was a little bit of a run. Yeah, so what this is this is a proposal requesting of the board to approve moving forward with examining more on the Erickson space needs, creating an AIA contract with HMA. They've given us just a standard proposal, but of course, as with anything with an architect, we would need an AIA contract. I'd like to have a project timeline and then also come up with a budget as we're moving through with this so that we can determine what we can add to the capital plan coming up, because obviously this isn't budgeted for this year. So it will be something that'll have to be organized and budgeted. So I've included the needs analysis study, and ICS also addressed they looked at some of these very same concerns that I had, and it sounds like we're all on the same page that that's exactly what they see is going on. So what I'd like to do is start to take those steps to get you guys some concrete numbers and come up with a plan for you guys to take a look at and know that you can trust in.
I'm sure there's lots of questions.
Yeah,
Sure.
first question, was this anticipated when we previously started the Erickson project? I mean, from the very beginning, the Erickson project, it was understood we were gonna vacate the walk-on facility and move everything over there. There was never any discussion of a cold storage building.
That's a very good point, Dan. Yeah, so in the beginning, the scope was to try and keep a smaller footprint. Obviously, there were discussions that were going on, and people, there's a level of compromise that comes with it, and I think at that point in time, it was brought more to stay limited, brought to the board to stay more limited. But then with the purchase of the extra property, which in the very beginning was an idea that I had brought to the administrator at the time, even though it wasn't something that was budgeted at the time, I did feel that that was necessary to acquire that property. And I had already started, just conversations with the next door neighbor about what her future ideas of how long she planned to stay there, because she was looking at moving on to the Brainerd School District. So there were a lot of things that were going on at the time. And so the main focus was more on the facility that was there. There were also some issues as the construction that was going on that did limit us. One example being the retaining wall in the back. We lost 6 feet of property on the back of the property line. I can't remember what the street is, but on the back side there. And I brought that up when I realized what they were doing. But they were into the project, and higher powers than myself made the decision that it was within, and we were going to continue forward. It was within where we were at. And so we ended up losing a row of parking there, and that created a shortage of space as well. There's just a lot of moving pieces there. But you are absolutely right. In the beginning, that was the goal, was to focus on moving them to Ericksonville. And looking at it now, they do need the additional space. I do think a space needs analysis would have been very helpful in the beginning. It would have given us a little bit more credibility, and that's where I'm trying to take things now as we move along with it, is that you guys have all the information up front when we make these decisions.
When I toured the walk-on facility, the only long-term storage that I observed was a boat. They had a horse trailer or some kind of a trailer system for snowmobiles and a four-wheeler or something of that sort. It wasn't a lot. It was like 3 items. And the building was pretty much empty and of unused equipment that we don't use. But the other thing was none of the impounded cars are going into the cold storage, just those items that the sheriff uses is going into the cold storage.
Correct.
With the size of the impound lot, do we charge a impound lot fee for impounded vehicles?
So that the fees would probably be more on the sheriff's office side. Yep.
We do.
So we're looking at $200,000. What would the impound lot fee to cover the $250,000? You think? I mean, how long are those cars? I mean, one of them's there for different 5 years, but what's the average length of time that an impound vehicle's in there?
It really depends on.
It really depends on why it was impounded. If it was a DUI arrest versus a homicide investigation. If it was involved in a homicide, it might sit there forever or for 15 years or. Yeah, it just depends on what the reason for the impound was. We've got stuff that's been sitting in there for years, and sometimes people come and get them, and sometimes they don't. And when they don't, there's a process we follow, and they end up either going to a scrapyard or they go to auction. So oftentimes we don't even recover those fees other than whatever we get when we sell it at auction or scrap. I'd have to look at I'd have to look at the actual fee schedule. It was either 25 or 50. I think there was one for indoor and one for outdoor, and that's a day that we charge. But again, we don't collect on it. It's not a 1-to-1 ratio. In other words, not every single vehicle sitting there, we're going to collect that amount of money on. Yep. It depends. So it depends. So if it's an abandoned vehicle, in other words, it's a vehicle that's been sitting there and we've sent letters, tried to get this person to come get it, and they don't respond, we can sell that as abandoned property. Technically, by statute, the proceeds from that go to the state auditor, but we are allowed to deduct from that our fee. So oftentimes in those scenarios, the state auditor's office doesn't get anything because by the time we're done deducting all of our fees, there's nothing left to give the state, if that makes sense. So it just really kind of depends. Yeah, probably. Right.
My question would,
Jay, you had a question?
yeah,
Yeah.
from a practical standpoint, what kind of money, what kind of revenue comes in that you could, after you auction cars or things, is there any money coming in from this at all?
There is some, but it's not a number I can predict with any consistency from year to year.
Okay.
I mean, there might be a year when we pull in 30 or 40. There might be a year when you get 15. It just really kind of depends.
Okay,
Yep.
good answer, thanks.
Yep. Any other questions?
I have a
That
question.
was my kind of a follow-up question. What's your average impound? And if it's 30 or 40, this space can do how many? Nolan, you design?
I would have to take a look. Yeah. And that 30 to 40 it's a guess.
Yeah, I know it's a guess, but from experience, you've probably seen that many.
I have another question. We have a space needs analysis here. And I guess from a learning tool, wouldn't that be step one to get somebody who doesn't have a dog in the fight to analyze it and then mediate it? So we can't change the past, but we could change the future. Everybody listening? Okay, enough said.
Any other questions for me? Cool. Thank you.
If I could say something,
Yes, go ahead.
all this stuff, it seems like a good idea, and possibly needed. But we haven't seen the levy yet for the taxes, and we keep talking about additions. More cost here, more cost there. Pretty soon we might have a 25% increase. I would sure like to see a proposed levy and work from there before we agree to do a whole lot of things. That's just my opinion.
Is it right if I respond to that?
Yes.
You're absolutely right. And that's what this is requesting. So no money would be exchanged other than just time on our part to organize, get some numbers and collect some ideas, things that we can bring back to you. And as I've discussed in the past, would love to eventually have like a facilities committee where we could all work together on these things. But you're absolutely right. That should actually be something that we look at for a procedure for when we do take on tasks like this, that, step one, a needs analysis, things like that to give us direction so that it takes the wild card out of it, if you will. We can nail it down and say, this is why we went in this particular direction. And within the needs analysis, I did put in all my calculations so that you could all follow along with what it was and how I came up with my numbers.
So you're requesting $40,000 for this, well, it says here, fixed fee of $40,000 invoice for its engineering design work on this cold storage?
So that is what they're proposing right now, but it's just a proposal. It's not in the AIA. We haven't sorted it out yet. And there's a lot of components. So anything would have to come back to board for any vote for any money to be exchanged. So that's really where we're targeting. This is just, I don't want the facilities department to be chasing down things that the board isn't comfortable with us proceeding on, at this point, I'd rather bring it back to you. Have you guys say, yes, let's go in this direction, let's collect more data, let's come up with some great ideas, and then we'll all sit down and we'll discuss this together. That's really the direction that I want to take this in, so that we don't end up in a situation where we do have shortfalls. And we're taking everything into consideration. I know like one thing that could have been taken a little bit more into consideration with it was the operational side of how the department uses their boats. We like to think of boats as being more like when we go out fishing, it's seasonal, right? But for our deputies, it's not. They're gonna run all the way to freeze up. And they gotta be able to bring those boats back somewhere warm and keep those lower units and everything from freezing. And I think those are some of the things that were missed on the first go around. And this is a step in the direction to try and correct some of those. But it's a plan, right? That's the thing. We're collecting the data right now to create a plan that's something that is verifiable. We can say, these are the formulas we used. Feel free to look through it.
Now you got me confused because this thing says $40,000 to work with HMA. So what are you asking for? You're asking for authorization to work with HMA architects for free?
Nope, to proceed forward, collect some of these numbers, because we already have a pretty good idea. HMA was not, when they reviewed the needs analysis, they were too on par with the needs analysis. And so it would be more or less collecting concrete numbers for the board so that planning could be made when we get into the capital plan. The AIA just locks us into it. But we're not asking for that. Obviously, when we sit down to do the AIA, there's going to be some negotiating that goes back and forth on it. That's just more citing for you to know that we did engage an architectural firm. They have reviewed it. They say, yes, this is where we too believe, we agree that this is the direction that you do need to move in. And so what we're doing is we're just bringing that's more of an informational piece. But the whole scope of what the request is today is to make, ask the board for authorization to continue using county resources to collect all this information and put it into a usable format for you so that you can review everything that's going on and see how it is that we come up with our calculations and where we're at and get some numbers for the following year, maybe a couple of years. Our capital plan is 5 years long. Hopefully in the end, I do have some stretch on that out to 10 years already. And that's really where we want to have it, is that it's a known plan. It's something that everybody can see instead of, we're just trying to basically put a Band-Aid on something to get us through.
Yeah, I appreciate you thinking in the future and so we're all on the same page and we know what's coming. Probably should have been done before all this. So at this time, it's not going to cost us any money.
That's correct.
You're asking us to approve this to cost us money later.
Yep. It's more for.
So does it need a motion to proceed on this, or?
If it's already in the budget, at this time, it doesn't really need any action from the board.
It's technically not in the budget because
All
it
you
is.
need is direction.
That's right. So under where it says are funds available, I cite yes, staff time associated developing with the contract, the timeline, preliminary budget. It's all included within the approved operating budget. So time is already budgeted in our operating budget is what that is referring to. It's just, do you want the facilities department to use that time to focus on something that is not within our plan at this point?
Well, I think it's very important to know, to have a plan.
Right.
But the idea is, how much is that plan going to cost us?
Yep, I agree.
So do we just ask for you to come back with more information as far, as long as it's not costing us any money right now and you keep moving forward to something that is concrete. It's like, okay, this is our plan, this is what it's going to cost, this is
Yep.
What were you going to say, Dan?
Yep.
The question is, because you're not building this cold storage facility right now, is there space, sufficient space at the north maintenance building to store a boat and snowmobiles and this trailer?
In the format the sheriff's office is looking at utilizing it in, that would be more of a conversation with Public Works. It is possible that there is some space. I just don't know to what level. We would have to take a look at it and give you a
We
really.
can't leave it at walk-on because we.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. When I first toured that, we went through all that and talked about Ericksonville. I thought it was also mentioned that there is a possibility that there is space to store some stuff there. So it would be nice to kind of put that in the big picture of it all. Jenny, do you have any questions or comments?
If we authorize the, am I on?
Jenny,
I'm sorry.
sorry.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I had this conversation with Nolan about 7 months ago, that we needed to make sure that we got everything out of the Cove location. But then also talking to the chief deputy, he said that they are renting space at the Cove location. And then, of course, we've also got the garage at the house next door to the Ericksonville location. But even adding that all up, we do need to know what vehicles the sheriff is going to use, which ones he may not be using anymore, any other equipment that he might be getting, and the size of that, and where is it's all going to go, for easy access for the sheriff's staff to utilize it in an emergency situation.
Jay?
No, I'm going to pass.
Okay, so how do you want us to proceed?
I mean, we don't need any formal approval. We're just looking for direction. And we need the information in the future for budgetary purposes to have you have all the information you need for the dollar amounts.
Okay,
I'm in agreement with Commissioner Tellenhausen about where we're at on the levy.
It's that dollar amount that we,
Well, it's the obligation is, once they set the hook, they're gonna be at the $40,000 range just to write an AIA contract, and then they're hoping to pull that in and supply other architectural services above the 40,000. That'll happen. So that's my opinion on it.
I guess when I read through the deal at home, it's gonna be set up with pipes in the concrete and stuff for future heated floors. Then it ain't cold storage anymore. And it's an ongoing expense. And if we spend $40,000 now and we're not gonna do anything, which is good, that'll cost, we gotta redo that part, it'll be another 10, 20,000, the way things, nothing ever goes down. And I guess I just can't get my head around moving forward with that, but that, again, that's my opinion, so.
so how about we just ask that you come back with, right now, what are the needs? Before we go spending some money, come back with that wish list of, this is what we need. I don't know. What do you guys think
I think a plan with no cost would be a good way to go,
to start?
yes.
Does that make sense?
I do see where you're going, and that really is part of where the needs analysis is. And there's a lot there to unpack. And when I put together the needs analysis, one thing I looked at is we in Mille Lacs County have a tendency to make sure that we can utilize all of our buildings because we have limited space. And so the idea with like the in-floor heat is just to have the conditions set for that move should it be necessary. When you're putting in concrete to put the extra heat in, while it is an expense, it's a low-cost expense compared to trying to add it in later. And that's where my goal was with that. Yes, I do understand what you're saying in regards to collecting more data and getting a plan together. And that's really my goal of it is to do that. And really what this does is it just says, okay, we know that you're going to be spending your time on this, the time that you budgeted for me to operate the county facilities. And that's what this says is that, yes, you know, you're aware of it, that Nolan's time is going to be spent on this. There's a cost that is associated with that, and everybody's on the same page. I probably could have added in here, I would love to have a committee set up, because I actually do think if we would have had a committee even during the needs analysis, I do think everybody would have much better understanding of the direction of where we're going with the whole idea of creating a needs analysis, figuring out exactly where our shortages are. You know, it just, I think it would help everybody out in the long run. And maybe I didn't quite explain it enough, but I do understand what you're asking of me. And however you would like me to proceed, I work for you. So you tell me what you'd like me to do, and I will make it happen.
Did you shop around for consultants?
For consultants on the needs analysis? Yeah, so the needs analysis is based on, there are formulas that I pulled online. You'll see inside there, there is already a spreadsheet of the equipment that the sheriff's office had. That was already put in, and then the comparisons were made between the two buildings. And so that's really where the numbers come from. And like I say, that same needs analysis was given to ICS, and it was also given to HMA, who also reviewed the work that was in there, and they too agreed with it. And that's where, like I say, having a committee and having, you know, commissioners move along with the process. Sheriff's Department, I've been working with Bobby and Aaron over there, and you know, just working together as a group to make sure that we're covering all bases this time, instead of just this is your structure, we're going to put you in here, and this is what we got, and this is what we're going to work with.
Okay.
I think that committee is an excellent idea. Nolan, thank you for your work on that. And I think that we should authorize Nolan to use staff time to look more into this. And I would be willing to help out on that committee if needed.
I agree.
That was my motion, though, to authorize Nolan to move forward.
Do we need a motion on this, though? Or?
It's within budget. That kind of, you know.
So do we need a budget or just an agreement? Just a budget, I mean, a motion. I mean, if we unanimously agree that.
Yeah, there's no official agreement that needs to be signed or anything.
Yeah.
No, there's none.
As long as the board is
Yep.
in.
Sounds to me that he's asking for a blessing to prioritize his workload, and that's his decision and his decision. It's not something the board needs to deal with. I mean, if they're working with the sheriff's department on future projects and they have the time and the budget and it's a priority, then the county administrator can make that decision. But there's no money being authorized here. It's just personnel time. And I just feel like I'm micromanaging something that doesn't have to be micromanaged.
Well, and I think, yes, I think we are in agreement that we need more information to move forward properly to make sure that we're spending our money wisely in the right places. And I guess however you decide to do that, bring it back. And let's see where it goes from there.
I would agree with that comment and yours as well.
And see what, it's all about the budget and the monies. So I think you have our blessing to keep working on it and fine tune things. Right? Everybody in agreement?
I got another question first. What you're gonna do there if it went through is how big is that building gonna be?
So the building sizes are within the needs analysis. So, well, we can actually look it up here. So the minimum lot expansion was a minimum of 3,500 square feet. That was the minimum. Obviously, there's a lot of things that come into play with that 3,500 square feet. The cold addition would have been an additional 2,000 square feet for cold storage. And the type of the building that was chose, it's mentioned in there, the type of pole building was more for like snow, shedding off snow, access to the building itself, ease of access to the building for boats and different things like that. So that's really within the scope of this needs analysis. If you're looking for an exact footprint, I believe I have it in here. Recommended configuration, approximately 50 feet wide by 40 feet deep, 12 feet high, for 2,000 square feet.
Does that all fit into the setbacks from the street and all that other, so?
It does. So we do have a lot of leeway in the setbacks because it is county, is within the county. It's not within the city. But yes, that was taken into consideration as well.
Any other questions or comments? Otherwise, we will continue on to the next one. You
Okay.
have our,
Yeah. And like, if you guys have additional questions, feel free to stop on by. I love talking.
all right, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, 5-3, Carly.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to table 5-3 and 5-4 and move them to a work session in interest that Commissioner Reynolds has to leave.
Commissioner Reynolds has already left.
He left the building already? Okay. But I still think it's more appropriate than workshop for that stuff. Then to move on to 5-5. It's my motion. Nobody wants to second it. That's fine. Okay.
So we have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Otherwise, we don't need to do roll call now because Jenny's not with us. So all those in favor of tabling
5-3, 5-4.
5-3 and 5-4
The work.
in moving it to a work session, indicate by an aye.
We're starting with him again?
No, we don't need to do roll call now. Jenny's not online, so we can just,
Okay.
so all those in favor of tabling those 5-3 and 5-4 and moving it to a work session, all those in favor indicate by an
Aye.
aye.
Okay.
All those opposed? Nay. So,
Let's move on then.
what's that?
Let's hear it. Let's hear it. It doesn't look like it's going to support it, so.
Yeah, I would say let's keep moving on with it. Thank you. Welcome, Carly.
Thank you. All right, so item 5-3, we have our 2026 customer satisfaction survey results. This is the first time that we've ever done an HR customer satisfaction survey. So there are 2 documents included with this agenda item today. There's this executive summary that I'm going to go through today. This is the 11-page summary. There's also a
full summary that's 26 pages long, and you'll see that I note at the bottom of this executive overview that the two are intended to go together. And so both have been provided to leadership, both documents have now been provided to the county board, and we'll do a hub posting with both. So there is a note that this executive summary is intended to accompany that full 26-page summary, which goes into more detail. So to start, the first page of this executive overview, overall, the customer satisfaction survey results or reflects a workforce that values HR support, but sees clear opportunities to strengthen communication, consistency, and visibility. So my goal with doing this survey was to, hear feedback from employees and also try to help determine budget priorities to start doing some short and long-term planning. It's been a long time of putting out fires, and I want to change that approach to, we're going to have to continue putting out those fires at PFML and all the things that continue to come up, but there needs to be some short and long-term planning in place to address employee concerns and, just be able to improve our workforce from an HR perspective and see what's a good use of my time, my staff's time, where we don't need to focus so much and where we need to strengthen our focus. So employees reported that they heavily rely on HR for benefits guidance, policy interpretation, onboarding, and day-to-day responsiveness. But simultaneously, employees expressed frustration with gaps in communication, unclear processes, and limited transparency around decisions that affect them. So the message is consistent across all sections that HR is important, appreciated, and needed, and employees want it to be more proactive, communicative, consistent, and present. So these categories that we had employees rate, it's kind of hard to see, but the first one is, again, in these areas are ranked on a 1 through 5 per HR category, of 1 being needs or requires significant improvement and 5 being no improvement needed. Honestly, I was surprised to see any 5s on here at all. I mean, like, nothing is no improvement needed. Everything can always use some sort of improvement. So I was really surprised at the results that came back. So for benefits administration, we had some 5s, primarily 4s, then 3s, 2s, and 1s. Onboarding had a little bit more 5s, less 4s, more 3s, more 2s, and less 1s. Training and development had, again, you can see the breakdown of the categories throughout here. I won't go through each of them because the summary slides will cover that next. But I wanted to have this graph visible, and that longer 26-page summary breaks down the employee count of each so that you can see we had 60 responses total, an even 60, which is 10 more than we got from the employee engagement survey at the beginning of the year. So the 26-page summary then gives the breakdown of how many employees ranked 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s in each of these categories. So that employees, I'm hoping that helps with the transparency piece of it, that employees can see when they voted, whether they voted 1, 5, or anything in between, they can see themselves represented as one of the counts and know that that was included in these summaries.
One question.
Yeah.
What percentage is 60 of our total?
About 25%.
Is it about 25%, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Real close to.
Plus or minus, whatever.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes, so a slight increase from about the 20% that completed the employee engagement survey. And to that point, from the employee engagement survey, employees gave feedback that they don't want to just see things posted on the hub. They wanted a reminder on the hub for surveys, and they wanted a county-wide email. We did both of those things with this survey. After the county-wide email, we got 12 more responses. So, all right. So we'll move on to the key strengths identified on the next page, which again kind of gives a summary of that graph. Is overall, employees identified several areas where they perceive that HR is performing well. That's benefits support was one of HR's strongest and most valued services, that employees regularly seek out HR for individualized help. Policy guidance, staff rely on HR for interpretation and clarity and generally trust this support. The responsiveness and follow-through, these categories received the highest average scores of 3.52 and 3.68 respectively. Honestly, I'm really happy to hear this. That's a goal of mine and for staff that we work on very hard, is to respond at least confirming receipt within 48 hours. and then try to have the follow-up from that. So I believe that that's reflected, and I'm happy to see that. But there's more feedback about communication, of course, that we'll see throughout that we'll continue to address. So it seems like when employees are reaching out, they are happy with the responsiveness and communication that they're getting in that way. We'll talk more about proactive communications a little later on in the survey. And then positive interactions. Many employees described HR staff as professional, helpful, and responsive. So these strengths form a solid foundation for improvement efforts. So on to key weaknesses and pain points. Themes that appeared across multiple sections include inconsistent or insufficient communication. So the timeliness, clarity, follow-up, and transparency. So that kind of directly contradicts what we just heard for the strengths. And it really comes from, I think it's likely that individuals who were responding with like 1s and 2s likely then had this type of feedback for weaknesses and pain points. And then there's some proactive communication parts we'll speak to. So it really varies based on the employee experience. What was their experience when interacting with HR? And that strongly then reflected in the survey results of either a strength or a weakness. Limited visibility and availability of HR was noted in the weaknesses, including gaps in follow-through during key moments. An uneven onboarding experience was reported, too quick for some and lacking structured follow-up for others. The benefits complexity definitely came across as a key weakness, especially the healthcare savings plan, PFMLA, which we'll talk about during work session this afternoon or a post-board meeting, leave processes and open enrollment navigation. The hard thing with the HCSP, I'm having trouble narrowing that down. We did bring that up at the leadership team meeting because there are several different groups that contribute to a healthcare savings plan through MSRS. And MSRS does not allow an employee by employee choice. It has to be a group that's determined, and I actually have to send them the policy or union contract verbiage every 2 years to make sure, or if it changes, to make sure that it complies with those state requirements because those are pre-tax contributions going in. So I think that not having that employee by employee choice seems to be causing frustration. And for relative purposes, know that there was one respondent who commented about the HCSP, but there were 3 open-ended questions, and they commented about the HCSP in each of the 3 comments, and so then it shows up as a theme. So that's just for some perspective regarding the feedback. So the leave process and open enrollment navigation is the rest of the benefits complexity piece there. There's a reported interdepartmental disconnect and unclear processes between HR, supervisors, and other departments. So I think that's kind of reflected with that inconsistent or insufficient communication. Communication is always a pain point. I mean, it's definitely a point of focus, something that is constantly every supervisor, every department head, every employee or department. I mean, it's always at the forefront of your mind of how do you communicate what information most effectively to the people who need to know it at what point, but something that we will always need to focus on and strive to improve. The lack of transparency and turnover and exit interview and policy changes was another weakness. So that's also part of, the exit interview information being brought forward to the board has been kind of inconsistent in the past. It's really only since we started through SharePoint and the form survey was set up about a year, I want to say about a year and a half ago, that there's been formal information brought to the board. So that's the goal with the next agenda item is to have those discussions about exit interviews. The feedback also goes to the department heads, at least consistently for the last 2 quarters now. So wanting to be more transparent and consistent with that. So the weaknesses are tightly interwoven. The communication issues magnify confusion around benefits, policies, and expectations. So the employee identified priorities for 2027. The survey rankings show some unmistakable alignment with what employees want HR to focus on next year. Top priority is recruitment and retention. That received the highest number of first place rankings. So this question was set up with 4 options, these 4 options that you see in front of you, and we asked employees to rank them in order of what do you see as the top priority for 2027 and descending from there. So the, again, highest number of first place rankings was recruitment and retention. This is connected to workload strain, turnover, morale, competition for talent. The second priority identified was internal communication. This was strongly represented across first and third place rankings and mirrors the communication issues noted in every open-ended question. So again, there were 3 open-ended questions throughout the survey. Each one of those open-ended questions from the 60 participants had at least one comment about internal communication. The third priority identified by employees was employee engagement. This is seen as important but directly dependent upon improvements in communication and staffing stability. And the fourth priority about SOPs and efficiency, employees clearly don't see this as a primary concern for 2027. They view it as a longer-term operational task. I would see it as both. I think that my supervisor would as well. The SOPs and efficiency are the key to all of the communication and other things that we see throughout. But I understand from the employee standpoint, reasonably, there are higher priorities in their mind. The strategic plan alignment, the count of responses is employees generally perceive HR's support of strategic goals as adequate but not exceptional. The most common response was neutral, that received 18 responses. Very well and somewhat well also show positive representation. And the needs improvement and not at all responses tie directly to communication, follow through, and onboarding themes. So this suggests that HR's efforts are visible, but require more consistency and more clarity. So the cross-cutting themes from open comments, open-ended feedback surfaced several organizational-wide concerns, retention and morale. Employees do not feel that retention is treated as a priority. They want recognition for those who stay. So over the past few years, retention has become a higher and higher priority. And from the employee standpoint, then the retention seems to not be as much of a priority. The communication gaps, they mentioned silence during crucial times, uneven updates, and missing context on decisions. Benefits frustrations, the HCSP issues that we talked about, lack of clarity, desire for better family benefits and wellness offerings. I see Gallagher as our new insurance broker. We've already had communication improvements from Gallagher. We just had an employee benefits committee meeting yesterday, which will tie to something for the budget that I have as part of my budget request when we review the ASO department budget later on. But overall, I'm pleased with Gallagher so far, and I haven't heard any employee feedback to the contrary. I'm encouraged that they'll be able to help with some of this benefits clarity because benefits are extremely complex. It's nothing that I would expect staff to be able to help employees make their individual plan selections. That would be inappropriate, honestly, and impossible for staff time to be able to say, here's the best plan for you, and would require employees to divulge far more information than they should need to in the workplace to help make that decision. But Gallagher should be able to help employees do that far better than we've historically been able to do. And departmental disconnect, employees want a sense of shared purpose and more collaboration across units. The value in HR interactions, many employees did praise HR staff and noted positive experiences. So overall, feedback supports the need for HR to be more transparent, accessible, and communicative. So our SWOT summary, the strengths seem to be the benefits guidance, responsive and professional HR staff, strong follow-through ratings were received, and reliable policy interpretation support. Weaknesses that we covered are the communication gaps, onboarding inconsistencies, limited transparency, benefits communication or benefits confusion, HR availability challenges, and SOP/process inconsistencies. The opportunities are to revise recruitment and retention strategy, build a structured communication plan, enhance benefits education, improve onboarding and early engagement, and to centralize HR resources. This was seen as kind of a I remember a comment mentioning something about like one place on the hub where you can go to find policies. And that's, you know, kind of tricky about what's countywide versus HR. It's something worth exploring and that we do have in the forefront of our minds. And then strengthen collaboration across departments. Threats, there was a comment noting that the county needs to focus on a more collaborative work environment and not a fear-based work environment. So that was one of the comments that's shown through for the threats comment, or the threats theme. And continued turnover and burnout, declining trust in HR and leadership were reflected in some of the comments. Competitive labor market pressures, compliance risks tied to unclear processes, and employee disengagement. So based on the full data set, key leadership insights are pretty clear. That recruitment and retention must be the central HR focus in 2027. Internal communication requires immediate structured improvement. Benefits education is a consistent pain point and an opportunity. Onboarding must transition from transactional to guided and sustained. And employees' trust is fragile and can be strengthened through transparency and follow through. So the final summary is that employees appreciate HR and depend on its support, but the survey reveals a need for more proactive communication and clearer processes and a more visible and engaged HR presence. Addressing these needs, especially around retention, communication, benefits education, and onboarding, will significantly improve employee satisfaction and organizational alignment. So just a note at the bottom that, again, this executive or leadership summary is designed to accompany the full survey document, so all staff can see both the detailed results and the high-level interpretation. The detailed results for the 26-page document is still aggregate data, so it's not everybody's individual responses, but it's grouped together again of how many 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, what were the themes. It's just more details than this executive overview. And both will be posted on the hub after today. So that is agenda item 5.3. Questions, discussion?
Nice job on that.
Thank you.
Okay. You can obviously see you put a lot of work in it.
Thanks.
So my comment is this: if we try to think outside the box, how could we get more than 25% of the people who are employed here to fill the survey out so that we could see the better cross-section? Because statistically, 25% that cared enough to put it together leaves 75% of our employees out of the thing. Mm-hmm. Kyle?
It's a good question. I mean, we always encourage it, but I can't force people. Speaking on the law enforcement side of things, I mean, a lot of us just as cops, we don't do surveys, we don't have marketers, we just, cops tend to be very private people in that regard, and so it's not uncommon, I don't think, something like this, but on the ICS survey, I did resend that out to everybody again, just say, hey, please fill this out. And they said they did get some more engagement after that. But that's all you can.
Okay.
I think the problem is a lot of people feel like, what are they going to do with the information? I don't think there's a lot of confidence that the county's going to really so like, I can go through the steps to build. That's my opinion. I think if you ask Brandon, the same thing.
Oh, I'm trying to do a backflip to get people to fill the dang thing out so we could have enough information to make a good decision and make it a better place to work. So I don't know how to do that. I'd like to figure out a way we could get, even if you got to 60 or 70%, then you'd have a decent enough cross-section to say, here are our priorities, and here's what everybody thinks, not just 25% of the employees.
Remember, just speaking generally about surveys, the meeting I had defined last week, state hired justice planners to do that statewide, that's up to 87 counties. And a lot of sheriffs responded to it, but like, so just surveys. Whatever. It's not uncommon.
I was just trying to put that out there for somebody to think about and see if there was some other way that we could garner some, garner some information, because it would give you a little better look.
Yep.
I don't know how, but I sure wish we could figure that out.
Make it fun.
Yeah. I think it kind of, there is the idea, I guess, of like, if you participate, your name is entered for a drawing for some. Maybe really to think it more closely. That we had one or two more people survey conversations. That was number one. I think that you can just have an external party. The more important thing is showing some sort of return. For any employee, like how many employees, times are almost. We talked about beginning of the year survey, and then what happens with kind of that crux of giving your feedback so that we can do something. Give me data so I can do something with it, or just show me it's working. But taking this in goals, budget requests, what we together, same thing with the important. Doing the results regularly and showing some return on investment.
Showing the value of it is important. And in all this, the two things that you hear over and over again is communication and transparency. So just two key important things, and, getting our department heads to, get their departments on board with it too. Somehow, show the value, make it fun, and communicate.
Yeah, as best as possible. And there was one comment to that saying that even this survey was a step in the right direction. So over time, consistency. I don't know that we'll see great big influx all at once. It's something more.
Good job. Okay, then
Just
moving
one
on.
comment I have, some of the items he has weaknesses, having done this for a corporation, same thing you're doing. I would say 90% of it comes back to leadership in the department. And if that's the person that needs to be trained on communication, if that's the person that needs to determine onboarding and the skills needed by his employees that they don't have and put them in training, that's a decision from the department leader. And department heads are the ones that can solve those problems, and they're the only ones that can solve the problems. The board commissioners can't solve that because they don't work for us. They work for those individual departments. We can look at the results and say, well, when I look at it, our leadership people in those weak areas, whatever departments they are, have to address that. And part of the response that you don't get from certain departments is because they feel inhibited by their own leaders, and which is a sad thing. So the communication process has to be made available to them, that if feeling things aren't getting done, they have to have a path where they can go over that leadership to the next level of leadership in order to get their issues resolved, or at least to get the communication reestablished. And I don't know if we even have that, but they call it the chain of command, but it's in the military, but there are ways to go over the chain of command. And these open door policies that a lot of people have is the result of those communication problems. And as long as we should have an open door policy for all employees. And if you're not getting the answers you need from your direct supervisor, then you have a right to, by a written petition or whatever you have to do, to go to the next level. I don't know if you have that or not.
From the board perspective, I see where you're coming from. Me coming from the administrative service Services office, knowing that part of, a purpose of my position in our office is to support our department head supervisors and all employees do their jobs better, so that they serve the public as they can. So knowing that supervisors generally get promoted because of jobs, right? And then supervisors are just a whole different animal that you have another entire job to do for supervisor job description. There's value in the order presented throughout that even some so frustrated with our seeing like there's any issues and but in actuality HR is a last resort of conflict is accurate for departmental conflict. And so I think because if we encourage circumventing the proper process, then we cut supervisors off at the meeting. Same thing with one director, county administrator, supervisor, and department head needs to know that they are trusted to do the stuff that we have. If there are places where the policy violation, any of the laws that work towards sexual harassment, even though if the supervisor is not the person. So that is reflected. Things like runaround, that's the proper way. So that everything follows the proper order. Their staff, their department, and there is an employee on that. Absolutely. I can help the supervisor, or it may be something.
Thank you. Anybody else on that one? Otherwise, we can move on to 5.4.
The next agenda item, 5.4, is the forgiveness for 2 employee exit survey responses. I included some dots in the agenda that I just decided are not helpful. So I'm reading a word summary to kind of. So these graphs are the same ones that were sent to department heads last week at the event item. I'm going to go through all the executive summary. It shows several consistent departments, while the data appears to represent a relatively small number of things. Oh, thank you. I never think of needing a microphone, so thank you. Just people online. Yes. So the executive summary overall, employees who left Mille Lacs County generally rated their direct supervisors and immediate work environment more positively than countywide systems, compensation, benefits, and career growth opportunities. So this suggests the county has many strong frontline leaders, but opportunities remain to improve organizational consistency and employee retention. So for the organizational wins, we have strong supervisor relationships. The highest scores across nearly every department relate to supervisors. So consistently high ratings that you can see across these graphs include fair and equal treatment, recognition for work performed, listening to employee suggestions, teamwork and cooperation, resolving problems, and following policies consistently. This is particularly evident in, the next couple pages breakdown by department. So that's particularly evident in administrative services, the county attorney's office, land services, and community and veteran service. Those departments consistently scored between 4 and 5 in supervisory categories. So the key takeaway is that employees generally leave with positive opinions of their direct supervisors. Another win is number 2, positive department level teamwork. So many departments scored well for internal teamwork, department cooperation, and communication within departments. So this indicates that employees generally feel connected to their immediate work teams. And strong leadership in several departments. The Land Services and County Attorney's Office received exceptionally high ratings across leadership questions. So these departments may provide useful best practices for employee engagement, supervisor development, recognition practices, and communication. Opportunities for improvement. Number one is career growth. The lowest organizational theme is advancement opportunity. Examples include growth potential or advancement opportunity, career development. Administrative Services Office rated advancement particularly low. This suggests employees may not clearly see promotional opportunities, career pathways, or professional development. Number two is compensation and benefits. The most consistently low scores countywide involve compensation. Recurring concerns include base salary, salary increases, medical insurance premiums, medical insurance coverage, vacation accrual, and sick leave accruals. So these trends appear across nearly every department. While compensation may not always be within the county's control, employees' perception is clear that total compensation remains an area of concern, and total compensation being, again, the salary, the insurance, the vacation, sick package. County-wide communication, several departments rated organizational communication lower than internal communication. So the lower scores include overall communication within the county that matches the survey results that we just reviewed. And then cooperation with other departments were a lower score. This suggests that information flows well inside the departments, but less effectively across departments. And Public Works. This stands out as the department with the greatest opportunity for improvement. Several categories were rated 1 or 2, including communication with supervisor, job satisfaction, training received, overall county communication, and cooperation with other departments. Although this may reflect only a small number of exit interviews, the consistency of the low scores suggests the department warrants additional attention. So I think within about the past year and a half, I think we had 2 employees complete the exit survey within Public Works, a very, very low number. And that may, again, be accessibility if we have maintenance workers leaving or something like that, but definitely showing the turnover in leadership that we've seen in that department and the things that have resulted from that, areas for improvement. So given the recent leadership transition in Public Works, these results should be interpreted within that context, but should still inform future organizational improvements. So for the department highlights, the Administrative Services Office had the strengths of supervisor recognition, teamwork, and fairness. Opportunities for improvement were advancement opportunities and county communication. The County Attorney's Office strength was exceptional supervisory leadership, and opportunities are benefits and compensation. Community and Veterans Services Office strengths were teamwork, leadership, and policies, and opportunities are career growth and leave benefits. Land Services Office strengths are outstanding leadership and communication, and the opportunities are for compensation and insurance. Public Works had few relative strengths outside of policy compliance. So that means the opportunities are communication, supervision, training, morale, and job satisfaction. The Sheriff's Office Department had the strengths of policies, fairness, and departmental cooperation, and the opportunities were, again, compensation and insurance. So for strategic recommendations, number 1 would be to invest in career development, to develop clearer career ladders, internal promotional opportunities, succession planning, mentoring, any of those types of things. And 2, to continue leadership development. Because supervisors consistently receive high ratings, continue investing in leadership development while sharing successful practices across departments. That's what we're hoping with leadership team and the department head meetings, is to be able to give that space where supervisors can share, compare and contrast what's working, what do you do that works well, what do you see with positive, just give each other support in that area outside of their own department. We want that county-wide support and communication. And so to improve county-wide communication, we can focus on cross-departmental collaboration, organizational updates, communication regarding county initiatives, and leadership visibility. And number 4 is to review total rewards. So although salary may be constrained by budget and labor market conditions, we want to consider evaluating compensation competitiveness, benefits communication, wellness offerings, recognition programs, and non-monetary retention strategies. And number 5, focus on Public Works. Given the consistently low ratings, Public Works should receive targeted attention through employee listening sessions, onboarding improvements, supervisor support, communication enhancements, follow-up employee engagement surveys after leadership stabilization. So overall, the exit interview data paints a generally encouraging picture of Mille Lacs County's workplace culture. Employees tend to value their supervisors, appreciate their immediate teams, and recognize fair treatment within their departments. The primary challenges are not with frontline leadership, but with broader organizational issues, particularly career advancement, compensation, benefits, and county-wide communication. So addressing these systemic concerns while maintaining strong supervisory practices is likely to have the greatest impact on employee retention and engagement moving forward. And that's all.
Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, seems to me that every year we evaluate benefits and medical, dental, compared to other counties and what other people are servicing. I've never really seen anything, a big discrepancy in that between us and other counties and those benefit packages. There's usually a discrepancy in the base pay. Are we not doing a good job evaluating those benefits or comparing those benefits between us and other counties and what those are? Or, I mean, some of these exit surveys, I understand why supervisors come out high because these people are exiting and they don't want to burn their bridges and they want to get reference, future reference and stuff, and that kind of skews the supervisor stuff. But it comes back to these benefits and those type of things. But I know we evaluate those every year. And what's your feeling on those? Mostly it's, I guess, what I'm looking at, I think, is the family benefits, not the individual benefits. But are we that much an outsider?
I would love to talk benefits, and I can't wait for the ASO budget on work session because we're going to talk about Kavira, which is awesome. But to answer your question, we last did a market analysis in 2024, and that was for, we did both salary and benefits at that time because frankly, they were overdue. And that was for implementation in 2025. And so the benefits results showed that our single insurance was well above market on, as far as our benefit to employees. But our family insurance was a huge discrepancy.
And we try to make changes there with the union and stuff, but it was like, I don't know if we were successful or not, probably not.
It's always a topic of negotiations. Naturally, it's terms and conditions of employment, so it comes up every time. And of course, medical insurance premiums are not going down. And from the county standpoint, we've attempted to address the premiums by adjusting the plan setups over the years. And feedback from staff is that it is confusing, which makes sense. It's confusing to know what your plan covers if we're constantly changing it. So that's why it's a really big push for Kavira that I have as a budget item for 2027, knowing that it's a different approach to healthcare and it's not strictly medical insurance. But a shorter answer to your question is that we will be doing a market analysis again in 2027, next year, for implementation in 2028 and beyond, which aligns with our next round of negotiations. All of our current contracts, except for one that's still in negotiation, or that one, all of those are set to go through 12/31/2027. So next year, in 2027, we'll not only be doing that market analysis, but going out for an RFP again for medical insurance. We've done either formal RFPs or requests for updated bids, almost every year, every other year, just to make sure that we're staying as current as possible with market trends. The best is what we can for our claims loss ratio, which is currently at 94.5%.
But on your exit interviews, is that what the number one area you see people are leaving because of benefits?
It's a common theme.
I don't see the benefits that they get here being extraordinarily different than what they would get in other counties or except maybe in the private industry.
Yeah, for family insurance, they definitely are. So single insurance, we're above market, family insurance, we're well below market. And so there's a definite imbalance there that we're continuing to discuss with, throughout negotiations and things like that. But generally medical insurance premiums, they're never going down. They don't work in our favor. That's why I want to talk about Kavira at this post-board meeting work session. It seems like a very creative, affordable solution according to the board's direction.
Any other questions, comments? Otherwise, thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
Good information.
Thanks.
Okay, moving on to 5.5.
All right, good afternoon, good morning. So for your consideration, Isanti County did approve this agreement for the interim engineer with Justin Bergeson, who did assist us previously at their last board meeting, which was on July 7th. So for your consideration, approval to extend this agreement through the end of the year for engineering services until we're able to hire a public works director, county engineer.
I make a motion to approve and authorize and execute execution of the interim engineer agreement with Isanti County.
I'd like the agreement to be modified to the point that 2024 is eliminated on the bottom of each page. So it says 2026, 27. Huh? Yeah. Otherwise, I'll second the motion with those corrections.
Good catch. Any questions or comments or concerns? Otherwise, we can move to all those in favor, indicate with an eye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. All right. Moving on to committee reports. Jay.
I turned it off. On July 8th, Wednesday, I attended the SWCD meeting, and they are revising job descriptions for the resource conservationist position formerly occupied by Lynn Galeese. They're taking applications currently. During the supervisor's report, Tim Braun talked about his participation in a weather tower project on his property. The tower collects weather information important to farmers, and their towers spread out approximately 20 miles apart. And you can access that information through the Department of Agriculture's website. And you can look for it as, it's a North Dakota thing called the North Dakota Ag Weather Network. Okay? The SWCD and Rum River Watershed Partnership, this is kind of important, I guess, is planning a tour for area local government officials, particularly, it's not open to the public, of water quality projects in the Rum River watershed. It's planned for September 24th. The bus will leave at 5:15 from the courthouse and visit 3 sites. And some of you may know these people: John Otten, Tim Pettit, and Tim Braun. And if you'd like to take a look at the partnership projects, you'd have to RSVP by September 7th. Isanti County, I think. Yeah, Z. Olson at Isanti County Soil and Water Conservation District, or swcd.org. And the options are for a box lunch and the tour, or just the tour. So, and upcoming things in September, on the 5th, Susha and Keenan will be updating the board on the Atlas project, the Geographic Atlas project. That kind of takes care of that. All the board members attended the jail collaboration meeting in Pine City, 7/13. It was a Monday. So I don't think we need to report on that. Everybody was there. I attended an extension meeting on the 14th, which is Tuesday. And they had a featured presentation by Anita Harris. And she's an associate professor of the Department of Family Health and Wellbeing. She talked about healthcare directives and I explained their website in a bunch of tutorials. You can access things and plan for aging and all kinds of different things there. I did go to the website. It's pretty informational if you did need a healthcare directive. So, and 27 budget was submitted and voted on and passed. So that'll be part of the information coming to Doug. I planned on attending the Lakes and Pines meeting yesterday, but couldn't get a flight out of Denver. So that's the end of my report.
Roger?
Yeah, all I have is, at a board meeting last week. Again, they're getting ready for the fair. Couple things have turned up. The security group that said they were coming back are not gonna. The name is Hoodlums. You gotta wonder about that in the first place. But, anyway, and then, the wash bay, that's be done by fair date. Biggest thing probably would be the road construction. There'll be plenty ways to get in there, but you get used to it. That's it.
Thank you. Dan?
I attended 4 functions. The first one is the East Central Solid Waste Commission. We approved a bid for $1.9 million to cap cell 6. The highest bid was $2.9 million. What we estimated was 1.9, and bid that we approved was 1.95 something million. That was probably the biggest thing there. We are tied discussions about improving gas collection. The gas collection system hasn't been working very well at the landfill. We haven't been providing some days not enough gas to run the generator for southern municipalities. We are investigating some of that, but with the capping of the new cell, we're going to replace a lot of the collection piping for the gas underneath that cap before the whole thing is capped off, hopefully, and to improve that. We had some issues there, flaring gas, because if we don't generate enough gas for the generation system, then we have to flare by gas we do have. And that has not been working very well because of the last heavy rains in June and stuff, that most of the equipment for that flare is outside and exposed to rain. But it hadn't been working up to that point. When it's not working, it's a EPA violation. It's got to be reported. Using my technical skills as an INC engineer, I think I fixed some of it. But they did approve a structure to be built over the top of the equipment so that it'd be more, to shield it from environmental effects. But it's a fairly old piece. The second one, I went from there to the jail collaboration meeting. My catch there is we need to press the state, and maybe the counties altogether should come up with a mental health plan for the jail services. Maybe be the instigator to start something, but we need to put exorbitant amount of pressure on the legislature and the state to correct the situation so we have a place for criminal mental health patients. At least for now. There's other issues that we can resolve. Then I had 2 ditch meetings, a ditch 14 meeting. The meeting was an informational meeting describing how the ditches function and where they are. And we were gathering information and complaints from ditch people who actually own the ditch, not the county doesn't own it, so that the Soil and Water Service can put a report together, and then when they do the inspections, they can observe some of these things and focus on key points. There was a lot of disgruntled ditch owners there about assessments. There was comments made specifically that the county had promised to replace all ditch tile in 14. I said that's not correct. We're going to fix part of it, fix it as a goal, but we assured them that that tile was 150 years old and close to it, and it's basically after 50 years, it was beyond its service life, and it's crumbling. But they said they have to petition. I explained to the crowd there that they have to petition before that information, or before anything will be done, they need to petition the ditch committee or ditch authority to review the situation and make improvement and to approve fixes or whatever. And that their only assessments they get are those assessments that have already been repaired. You know, we can only charge them money when the project is completed and repaired. Some ditch owners were arguing that they wanted the county to set up a maintenance fund to assess annually and set up a maintenance fund so that it accumulates money so they don't get hit, you know, all at once. But they really aren't getting hit all at once. They're getting hit for repairs that had to be done. So you might see a petition from a couple landowners for complete replacement of ditch tile in 14, which is the only enclosed ditch system we have in the county. Doesn't mean it'll get done. It just means that they'll have to petition it. The second one was ditch 4. We spent a considerable amount of money. I wish I had that bond information that we got today on the ditch funds, $1 million. I don't know if that was all ditch 4. Probably a combination of other ditches. But the complaint was that we spent $700,000 in that ditch to repair it, and now it's probably in the same condition as it was in 2019, 2020, because we haven't cleared the weeds. There's trees were cut out of there. The stumps were never removed, and the trees have reestablished themselves. Those type of issues. And I mean, I talked to some of the people there about, yeah, we've had some issues getting people to spray and to maintain it just because of COVID years and finding people and contractors. But yeah, we need to do a better job as a county once we do all those repairs of servicing them. But there's also a general consensus from adjoining landowners that they can go in there and do the repairs themselves. And they can't, but there's accusation between some landowners that they've done that and caused the situation to be worse. So those are written down as items to be reviewed during inspections. And I said, at this point, nothing will probably be done to those ditches unless there's a petition or the ditch report comes back to the ditch committee to review, and then we decide that something has to be fixed right away. There's questions about $65,000 that sits in ditch 4 account, whether it can be spent or not. I think that was money. My personal opinion is either money was loaned there from the bond fund or it was loaned from the general fund and not spent on repairs, and it's still sitting there maybe for repairs, but it really should come back to the general fund until we have a plan to do a repair. You know, and maybe Doug can highlight or find information, but I understood when I was on the ditch committee in 2010, there was a cap on how much money, reserve money, could be put into a ditch fund. And it's not like it can accumulate a large maintenance repair general fund, but you can do some research on that and see if we can, if that cap still exists or not. The thing that's complicating ditch law now is the state has passed the new, they call it a WACO law. And the WACO law, we tried to explain to the people participating, says we cannot improve our ditches to the point where they'll drain more land than it was originally intended in 1913. And when you look at ditch 14, the biggest pipe size is 20 inches. And when I was commissioner in 2010, an engineer looked at it and said that pipe size is not big enough to handle the water we're getting today due to climate change. But the WACO law says you can't change the size of that pipe. You can fix or replace what it was designed in 1917. So even if we fixed all the drainage pipe to the original construction terms, the amount of rainfall we're receiving now will accumulate and those wetlands will continue to grow because they're not going to drain fast enough or fast enough for people to handle crops. And And it's a situation that farmers and landowners that benefit from ditches kind of have to realize, because we have the new buffer laws, which have taken land away from farmers' use. And I try to explain, and I have had a similar situation when 169 came through. There was a county ditch that went from my property all the way to the West Branch. It was cut off, never replaced by the highway department or the county. I had a 5-acre swamp. It's now about 15 to 20 acres. It continues to grow. I lose farmland, nothing I can do about it, really nothing. That ditch has now been abandoned by the county, mostly because of the highway construction. But that's the times we're in. Even there's a lot of pressure, or not a lot of pressure, but there's a lot of desire by farmers to increase their farm acreage. Plant more corn, plant more soybeans. I think there's some areas on 14 and 4 we have to keep open because it's a main outlet for the City of Pease sewer discharge. 14, there's talk among some of the landowners to abandon parts of the ditch or laterals, thinking they can abandon it and get out of the assessments that they're seeing from previous repairs. I assured them that that wasn't going to be the case. They're still obligated for those previous costs. So there was a lot of different issues, but they were good meetings. I would say they were attended by probably 40% of the landowners along each ditch. The meetings went from 5 to, there were open meetings from 5 to 8 o'clock, so they were 3 hours. So I spent 6 hours there as a representative of the ditch committee trying to answer some of the questions or find answers for some of them that I didn't have, which most of them had to do with what bonds were issued and how much debt's left and what are they paying for every year as they get assessed in some of those areas. So that was that one. Yep, that's it, all 4. Okay.
All right, thanks. And I just had leadership in that.
Oh, sorry.
Leadership and basically what Carly went over, and what I took from that was what I said earlier, communication and transparency was the theme. So that was good to know. And then, that meeting in Pine City too. So Jay, what'd you have?
That's okay.
All right, then if there's nothing else, we'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. The meeting is adjourned. Do we need a break before workshop? Little 5-minute break? It's on the second page.
Oh, I must have missed that. I'm going, no worries.
That might, I mean, just that'll carry into the conversation.
So was there any consensus that the ditch was about money spent? We're not. We don't spend money.
No, I talked to him, he called me when I was out of the office last week. I called him on Friday. I told him we're going he also has to understand, we don't have staff.
I would prefer to wait.
I would really love to talk about the police.
I'll be super honest. Yeah, so. It's hard, but I would like.
There was a lot of damage. It's hard.
brought to my attention this year.
without saying, without saying too much, like.
Add comments to, like, it's a study, it's more.
But back to. Yeah.
Wasn't even
Is that the one that responsible for that?
Yeah, there should be some, I think there's some grants.
There's some other programs, some more, it's just, it's really disheartening. I think it's just how much I try to put so much out there. So anyway, but back to, I told Steve, like, I'm really passionate about this but I'm one person. So I told him, I talked to him on Friday, I said, you know, I said, I'm going to be able to put in a grant this year. So I don't have staff who just lost their engineer. I don't have, it'd be great if I could go for a grant for those questions. Those bridge inspection isn't even done yet. So I don't have the grant to do the right thing first. Those inspections haven't taken place. So I don't know, I don't have a budget to submit a grant. Do you know what I'm saying? And then, right, I don't have the information. Yeah, so I don't have the information to put in an application. So then I come to Joe, I always say his last name, it's like, it's the band. I talked to him yesterday, and I just said, hey, I just want to let you know that I won't be submitting an application this year. Just to give you an update, our county engineer left again, so we don't have a county engineer. I don't have concrete plans and numbers to put a budget, an accurate budget together in order to ask for funding. And I just let him know, I said, I know that Steve Jobs is gonna be really upset with me and upset that we're not going after this funding. I said, but I can't do it as one standalone person. I don't have an engineer to put a budget together for me. So Joe was super understanding. He said before the interview, he's like, we don't want an application if it's not an accurate budget. And he said, I appreciate you reaching out to me. I appreciate you being honest. I said, I want you to know, like, we are serious about making improvements to this trail. We know it's needed. It's been neglected for a long time. But I want to put in a good application, not something I've done. Anyway, so that's the whole wrap up with Steve.
They told them that yes, she was there at 10. So she's going to get 10, and then I told them, oh, I think I'm just going to do this again.
You're gonna pay? Whatever it's gonna be. But see, if you don't ditch, you got all these buffer lots, so you're gonna have a big scar there, you're gonna lose a bunch of land, right? They're putting the bush on, like,
All right, we'll get started with the work session. Review Minnesota paid leave. Yay. Fun stuff.
Hi, there we go. Thank you. For the July leadership team meeting, we had some discussion on PFML, or the Minnesota Pay Leave, MNPL, pick your acronym. And Commissioner Munson was present. Maybe that was the June leadership team meeting. Yeah, because you were here for the July. Recently, with leadership, we discussed Minnesota paid leave and, department heads and supervisors, exchanged some frustrations, experiences. We just want to hear year to date from department heads and supervisors, how things are going. Knowing that this will likely impact some budget requests, just also to give you an idea of how your staff are managing or needing support so far throughout. I mean, we're halfway through the first year of its implementation. So I just have a pretty brief introduction before I turn it over to, as you want to call department heads and or supervisors forward, and then see if there's any questions for me or Crystal at the end as our employee relations specialist handling the day-to-day administration of this benefit. Just to give you an idea, year to date, where we're at with PFML claims, knowing that there are two key differences between PFML and FMLA. The first is that employees are eligible as of day one of employment. FMLA, you need to be here for at least 12 months of employment to be eligible. So that's a huge portion of newly eligible and ongoing newly eligible employees ready right away for PFML. The second major contributor, of course, is that PFML is paid through MetLife or the state. We have MetLife, whether you have the benefits to cover the time or not. And so, with FMLA, employees are required to exhaust their paid leave prior to going into unpaid status. PFML, the employer cannot force the employee to use their benefits to supplement their benefits. The employee can choose to or not. So it allows employees to save up their benefits, their vacation and sick leave, while getting paid from MetLife. So some huge distinguishing factors between PFML and FMLA. So since the January 1st, 2026, so since the first day of PFML beginning, to date, we've had 28 total PFML leaves. Now, 3 of those are individuals who have applied for FMLA only, and we have not seen apply for PFML. Why, I don't know. I have seen that occasionally. But if they apply for MetLife, the PFML, and it's FMLA eligible, then the 2 run concurrently. With FMLA, you're taking your leave but not getting paid for it unless you have county benefits. Either way, 28 total leaves year to date for PFML qualifying reasons and 23 PFML leaves, including 2 upcoming. So compared to last year, we had 26 FMLA leaves. So we have already exceeded the number of leaves that we had total in all of 2025, halfway through the year. So that's the introduction. Unless there are any immediate questions for me, I just wanted to turn it over to department heads and supervisors from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Carly.
Sorry, there we go. So year to date, 12 of those employees have been from CVS. 9 have been full-time status. 3 have been intermittent. We currently have 5 individuals at one time right now concurrently with our 6th one ready to go at the end of this week. Those 5 employees span 4 different units right now. So, and total missed work days of full-time leave has been 381 so far for those 12 individuals. I did not count up the missed work hours or days for the 3 intermittent leaves. It was just too cumbersome and time consuming, and it's budget season and I didn't have time to do that. So 6 of those 12 individuals have been for bonding and maternity leave. 6 of them have been for medical leave. So some of the pros that we've seen, obviously we're going to see perhaps some savings in our wage budget. And I think it's good for the employee who's taking the leave. They are probably, you could probably say they are a happier employee. Maybe down the road, we're going to see children with less attachment issues and better bonding. Maybe there'll be some efficacy studies where that will come out and we will reap some benefits there. Cons that we've seen is increased workload for the coworkers who have to cover the leave, obviously. And then it's been a little bit of a managerial problem or nightmare, depending on the leave and if it's unplanned or planned, how long it is. If we have, if it's a position where we have other people who can assume those duties, or if it's a position where kind of someone really specializes in how we can, how prepared we are for cross-training to do those duties while they're gone. And then eventually we will start to see decreased revenue. We can't have people missing 381 days of work and not working in our systems. We will eventually see a reduced return on our admin reimbursement and our billing due to the missed days of work. We've had some success trying to plan for this, and you can kind of maybe look at some temp staff. We were successful in a couple different areas. One time we were able to utilize a temporary worker who was already trained, because temp workers can only do 67 days. So a lot of our positions have a very long onboarding where they'll eat up almost all the 67 days before they can actually do the work. So we were able to find an employee who was already trained through another county and was able to process applications for us in the evening. And so then we didn't have to go through all of the, waste any of the 67 days for training. We were also recently able to bring back a retired employee who was already trained and already had everything they needed. We just needed to re-get them access to all of the programs that they needed as well. But other than that, we are still working through some of these pain points at CVS. I don't know if anybody has anything else to add from our unit. No? That's all I have.
Question. So I know you have an average time of where what am I trying to say? Like for new applicants and all that, you were proud of how quickly that you could process their applications and all that. Is that suffering at all because of the so many people out?
We have not seen that. We have not, as far as I know, we're still meeting our timelines for processing applications. The interesting thing is none of these leaves have really been in our financial income maintenance unit. They've been spread out across all of our other 6 units. And so we haven't really seen that unit be affected by paid Minnesota Family Leave yet.
And good for you for being creative with, looking for people to come in and help.
Yeah, that's as good as you're going to be able to get right now. So,
Yeah.
good job.
Keep up the good work. Who's next?
Morning again. Most of ours so far, and I'll let Dustin expand on it here in a second, is jail related for now. We've got 2 that are going to be going out in the very near future. Both of them happen to be in supervisory type positions, and it's going to be like a 6-week each type situation. So, I mean, that's a huge, that's a long time to be gone, especially if you're in some sort of a supervisory or leadership position. Nothing we can do about it. Obviously for us, we have unique challenges too of we can't get temporary employees to come in. Our onboarding process is far too long, both in the jail and also out on the road too, as a deputy, because it takes, 3 to 4 months to actually get somebody fully trained where they can be cut loose on their own. To me, I agree with what Shar said, like it's great for the employees. I mean, but for us, when we have a mission to accomplish every day, it's very difficult. It's just kind of a unfunded mandate type scenario from the state that I don't think they totally thought through. And now, of course, I'm sure some of you have seen the media coverage. It's upside down. They're in the hole already. Imagine that. So other than us coming back and asking for, additional staff, like going to like a +1 or a +2 model to to anticipate proactively this is going to continue to happen. Otherwise, we just eat it with OT. That's really all I have to say about it, unless Dustin has anything.
I don't have a lot different to say on it, just outside of, just the challenges, right? Because if I need people on post, right? I need people in the housing units. I need people working or booking and things like that. So to have 2 staff that are going to be out at the same time, or overlapping, I should say, you know, every pay period, that's 80 hours of overtime for each of them that needs to be filled. We're also currently a full-time staff down, soon to be 2 more full-time staff down. So those are each another 80 hours of pay period that need to be filled with overtime. Also, too, is I have a person who's on the intermittent and is going to be taking leave on the PFML later on this fall again. So that's going to be another challenge. So that's why, like the sheriff said, I mean, we're trying to be as creative as possible. I'm trying to push and expand part-time staff, trying to get people trained in, but we're kind of chasing our tail, and I fear that it's going to get worse. And that's why, you know, like the sheriff brought up, the consideration of being able to go +1, you know, potentially in the jail, to be able to go +1 in certain areas, just because, you know, whether an employee leaves or an employee goes out on leave, that we kind of have that fill ready. Because like I said, right now, even if we were +1, we'd still be behind, right? Because I still need another full-time person, plus I have somebody who's going to be leaving. So those are the considerations. And, you know, moving forward, I mean, I'm even considering things like, you know, 20+ years ago when I started here, we were all cross-trained as correctional staff and dispatchers. Do I need to re-explore something like that so that if I go +1, maybe it's a hybrid +1, so that if I'm down in dispatch, I can put that person and assign them to dispatch. If I'm down in the jail, I can assign them to the jail. I mean, like I say, we're trying to get creative, but it's very tough when it takes, you know, months to get somebody trained in and up to speed. So that's why, like I say, thinking on what we can do, but, you know, Carly shared the stats. It's only going to get, you know, worse in regard to staffing. And, you know, to Shar's point, I think for the employee, it's a good benefit. But, you know, the state looked at it as, okay, we're funding, we're paying them, we're helping out. Well, no, the counties, the businesses are suffering because now I have to come to you and say, I need more staff to cover this. So that's kind of my input on it.
On the cases you see in your department, not specific cases, but would those people be taking time off normally, like surgeries and type of stuff, but would they be forced to take time off, but maybe not as extended for 120 days anyway?
Part of it, what I will say is, and this is obviously early on, but I'm seeing more people taking time off for family members versus themselves. Yep. Because of how this is expanded, right? It's also being real too, is, I mean, I do have a lot of younger staff as well. So, you know, the starting of families is probably on the horizon as well. That's kind of the thing that I'm looking at as well. But early on, it's because of how this is, they're really, you know, it's because their wife's going out on surgery or a different family member's going out on surgery, then they're taking the time off just because of, you know, the benefit that they're getting. Which, like I say, it's not a bad thing, but, you know, historically, we wouldn't have to deal with a lot of that. Or maybe they, instead of taking 6 weeks off, they'd take a week off or a few days off type deal. So that's just something that's, I think, changed with this as well.
Do the deputies out in the field ever go into the jail and help out? They don't cross over?
That would be under an emergency situation. I mean, we could make
Is that an option?
That would,
Cross-train there?
we're working across unions then.
That's where it gets complicated.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and yeah, I know you have, I know you're back there just spinning your wheels, but yeah, emergency situations, you can justify it on a very, very, very temporary basis. But it, to his point, yes, it's too much of an issue.
And then my other question, we approved that school liaison, and then so you'd help out with overtime in the summer.
Yep.
How's that working out?
Great. It's working out really good.
Is he
Unfortunately, summer's
keeping
almost
overtime
over.
down by
Yeah.
being able to fill in?
Yep. Yeah, it's been great. I mean, we've got 2 school resource officers and they're both out assigned to the patrol division for the summer. But as you all know, summer's coming to an end sooner than we'd all like it.
Right,
So,
right.
you know, I think one other thing I will say is much like some of our conversations we had at that meeting in Pine City, I think county boards should be getting involved at the legislative issue on this particular thing too. And communicating with the lawmakers on what you're seeing and frustrations and saying, hey, maybe you guys need to relook at something. Maybe you need to tighten the parameters. Because right now, I just think the program is so ripe for abuse because of the parameters. You know, I was joking around with one of my guys this morning when I came in. He's like, oh, my mom's got to have surgery. I could put in for my, you know, he's joking, but you get the point, right? Because if I wanted to, I could, and I can't stop him from doing it. So some of those conversations, I think, with lawmakers on, yeah, it's great. The employees are getting relief when they want to take time off for these things, but the employers are not. And maybe the state needs to look at that or consider, hey, what kind of financing or funds can we commit to, you know, the employers, specifically the government ones, to maybe start absorbing some of this on our end. Because you guys, as you know, don't have any choice other than just to pass it on to our citizenry to absorb the cost of it. So.
Yeah, I agree on the, we as counties, AMC, we need to get to our legislature, you know, and I don't know how that starts. Does it start by, you know, passing a resolution or sending something off or blasting them with a snail mail? I don't know, but we need to figure it out, I think.
I can speak for me. It always starts with a phone call or, you know, like I know all of our local lawmakers really well, talk to them all the time. It starts with a phone call or maybe just a lunch meet, something. It just starts with a conversation. Hey, I want to put this on your radar. And then out of those conversations for me anyways, at times has come, hey, why don't you come down to the Capitol next week? We're going to be discussing this. So just start there. I would just start with your local lawmakers and have those conversations.
And the mental health. Great.
Same thing. Yep.
I do agree with all your comments. That's where we need to go. In the interim, Shars Solutions, do you guys know people in the industry that you could maybe plug and play that are retirees or anything of that nature rather than the +1?
The tough thing with that is unless they retire from our facility, we still have to train them in on all of our operations and how we do things here. You know, it's not like we all operate off of, you know, yes, we all operate off the standard, you know, DOC 2911 rules, but each facility has their own nuance, right? Because no facility is built the same or operates quite the same. So the training process would still be even, you know, it would be a benefit if they had a background in corrections. Yeah. But, you know, we're talking about maybe we could cut, you know, a week or 2 weeks off the training. We're still looking at months-long processes.
3.5 months. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. I don't have any retired sworn deputies that would come back, you know, and even if we did, a lot of processes we got to go through, you know, Minnesota Post Board requirements, we got to put them back through defensive tactics training, back through firearms training, back through any stuff that they've lapsed on, got to go through all that stuff again. So it's just a lot of hoops that we have to jump through with that.
Just asking for a.
No, I get it.
Some other solution.
You know, and we're also still dealing with challenges of, you know, the county's always the big brother in the county for law enforcement services. And when some of our smaller PDs like either Onamia or Malacca don't have enough staff or short on staff, a lot of that, we're still dealing with absorbing a lot of their calls too, just so you know. So that adds to this problem significantly.
I wonder if it would be beneficial if all the departments kept track of overtime or whatever additional costs because of the paid family.
Specific to this, yeah. Yes. I don't think that's difficult to do at all.
They'll ask for facts at some point.
Yes, I think that would be really good to, you know, have those.
I think we could easily come up with a way to do that. Even.
Well, that'd be a good idea because we'll need some ammo. We got to go there.
Yeah.
I think.
Cool. Anything else for us?
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, there.
Last and least, hello, good morning. My department has been affected probably among at least the three here. We also have the smallest staff. I think we have had one PMFL so far. But it's on the horizon across all of my staff. And with my attorneys in particular, that's not something that we can make up for meaningfully with overtime. They're all exempt. They don't get compensated for it. And I know they all already work more than 40 hours a week. Usually check in on my laptop around 9 p.m. and the number of active accounts I see I mean, I'm not surprised, but it's significant. To Jay's question on creative solutions with retirees or something like that, I don't know of a single prosecutor who's retired from Mille Lacs County in the last 20 years. It may have happened that I don't know about, but certainly not in the last decade. So there's not really a pool to draw from. And similar to the sheriff's office, even if we had someone from 15 years ago, the way our office operates, all the technology we use now is fundamentally different than it was back then. Or anecdotally, even just pulling another prosecutor from anywhere else. I came here from North Dakota with 2.5 years of work experience as a prosecutor. I know what the job is, but getting into local practices and being familiar with our local bench and our local public defense bar, it's not something that we can do in 6 weeks. It takes 6 months. Creating a new attorney from nothing takes, at the earliest about a year, realistically about 3 years before it's, yes, go do anything, and I trust you to not have to come back with questions. Our support staff is a little bit faster on being able to pick up things and being able to cover things. We do have the opportunity for overtime. As far as the creative solution with that staff, is kind of the same issues. Not very many people retired from Mille Lacs County. And those that would have, we haven't had anyone who's retired since we've gone digital, so we'd have to train them in on all of our new technology. So 6 years ago. I think from my perspective, it is, regardless of this conversation, just looking at staffing issues, I'm realistically looking at asking the board for another attorney and another support staff in 27 to start in 28. But this being a reality that we're facing exacerbates the need for it. I'll take any questions, otherwise that's all I've got.
So in your case, you don't have enough staff to do the work, you just continue to get backlogged?
Yeah, have been in a state of triage for about 4 months now. I mean, there's things that should have been taken care of quite a while ago that just aren't, because there's a variety of reasons. I think the current state of our court administration and our bench is part of the issue, and it's not anyone's fault, but we have a judge who just retired on Friday, another judge who's out, and will be out theoretically through November. And so of our three, we're down to one. We're having visiting judges and unpredictable timelines. And that creates a lot of issues for our office in terms of preparation of just day-to-day court and then trials. And trials are usually our biggest time sink.
And that's beyond our control, right?
Yep, I've very formally, seriously addressed this issue a number of times with the bench, with the court administrator, Sarah Greif. I submitted to them a comprehensive change. That was, 2 months ago. Sheriff Bergen was there for that meeting and spoke about it for quite a while. There wasn't a no, but it wasn't a resounding yes. You're right, Mr. Haller. Let's do this. Like, yeah, you raised some good points. And everyone agrees that there's a problem, but it's, as a matter of law, it's up to the judges to facilitate that change. It's not something I can control.
Before you stated it was really the court calendar that was backlogging everything. And I guess that was made clear at that jail collaboration meeting because they put numbers up there of different court districts, and we were like 3 times higher in District 7 than the other court districts. Isn't that a issue for the governor to appoint judges, right?
Yes, if you look at.
They do temporary appointments into districts?
The official answer is yes. And speaking through experience of it right now, it's not temporary like for so many months.
Yeah.
It's filling on a week-to-week basis. Evidently, there has been a lot of difficulty with getting judges. For example, this week, is it just this week? Yes, just this week. We were supposed to have a number of trials going, all of them taking 4 or 5 days. Speedy demands in custody defendants, very serious things going on. But between the branch and whoever would have been in charge of finding judges to cover it, they were not able to do so. So we had to keep defendants in custody, not bring them to trial, and reset them to next week, 3 weeks from now, and 5 months from now, across 7 cases because of a lack of available judges.
Doesn't that get into a case where those people are entitled to a speedy trial? I mean, they have to agree to it. Or
It's a very serious issue, and I've been raising that with the judges, because it comes down to protecting our convictions. We keep them in custody, and we get a conviction, but then they can appeal and say that, no, my speedy trial demand was violated, and the remedy for that is dismissal with prejudice. We can't recharge it. We can't do anything about it. If you haven't heard from me in a while, it's because I've been dealing with this.
I appreciate it.
Across the entire, or most of our caseload.
their political pressure that the county boards.
I've been trying.
It's like, wow.
Filing things, I've gone to the press, I've gone to the court administrator.
How do we help? I mean, is that another go to our legislators and?
I don't know how much specifically the Judiciary Committee to say no seriously, at least the 7th Judicial District and Mille Lacs County needs more judges. I know that based on their metrics, the branch's metrics, that is not necessarily the legislature, we should have 2.5 judges. If you ask anyone who works here, we should have 4. And so we're just happy that they're filling Judge Kulik's spot, because I think that if from their budget perspective, we should only have 2, which would cause a variety of problems as well.
So does the state Supreme Court judge actually manage all the district judges and what their level is? And
yes, they're not, it's not like the judges here are employees of them, but they manage those metrics, yes.
they manage those metrics, but then the appointments are from the governor. So maybe if you put pressure on the governor to see the problem here, then maybe the Supreme Court justice that we have a problem by letter or something, maybe we have some, that's about all.
Yeah, the money has to come from somewhere, and ultimately it's the legislature that pays for it. It's just a matter of convincing the right minds.
Keep making noise.
Trying to.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so just a few additional or perhaps closing statements for the board's consideration on this topic is, I'm really glad that department heads and supervisors get to share their experience with it so far. I think it's, like you mentioned at last leadership team meeting, like key for the board to get to hear these, the struggles and the experiences to date directly from those working with the day-to-day. And kind of like we've heard surface in this, in the meantime, there are the staff experiences of employees picking up additional caseloads, employees picking up overtime. This is impacting other staff as well. Noting that some of the key differences, again, Minnesota paid leave, we talked about some of the differences, but even the family leave, expanded the options of who you can take care of. So it now covers in-laws, which FMLA does not cover. So it's expanded options. When Dustin mentioned likely seeing an increase in the leaves in the future, I've heard a lot of frustration from employees so far, honestly, about how hard MetLife is to work with. I think hearing that from other staff has been a deterrent from some staff applying for PFML. And that may be why we're seeing some people apply only for FMLA or just using their vacation and sick leave if we have it. The more MetLife streamlines this, the better the employee experience, which is good, but the more likely more staff are to continue using this. So some of the creative solutions that our staff have been exceptional with coming up with, like the temporary staff that Shar mentioned, noting that that was also pre-PFML implementation. So it's a unique circumstance that we'll be able to make that happen. It has worked twice in the past, but speaking with other HRs, now other county employees from other counties, if we were able to work with them to contract out, they're probably picking up extra cases at their own work as it is. If counties can't keep their own staff levels up, they're likely not going to have staff available to help us with ours. So those are some of the conversations among extra HRs that they're trying to figure out how we can better support our supervisors and department heads throughout this time. And I know even within ASO, I mean, you recently saw the employee relations specialist job description come to the board for revision to help with just administration of the program. And really MetLife is supposed to administer the program for us. So I can support that MetLife has been a nightmare, frankly. And that's just consistent across HRs about whoever's administering the plan. It's, there's differences throughout county, whether it's the state, whether it's MetLife, whether it's somebody else. It's just the administration itself is an animal that's caused a significant increase in workload just in our department without even having staff absent to cover for. So we did at AMC or MACA Macrame last fall, our AMC representatives talked about that they've been continuously reaching out to legislature on our behalf and essentially received the message of, we know it's flawed, but we're not going to make changes to it right away because that shows it's flawed from implementation. So buckle up.
Just to highlight that, my business is costing $1,600 a year just to collect the $10 tax fee on it. And none of my employees, which are seasonal, they work 6 weeks, will accumulate enough time even to enjoy the benefits. But, resorts out there have a temporary seasonal employee exemption, but farmers don't. So, the whole thing is kind of nuts. And I know the business communities pretty much are 100% to get this changed because it's not sustainable. And the other thing is because they're in the hole now, they can raise that tax to 1.1% automatically instead of the 0.8 or 0.66. So, you can see any significant increase even to our budget if that tax goes up to some cases.
Have you talked to any counties that are using the state's program?
Yeah.
And same problem versus MetLife?
Similar, there are some things that are easier to administer with the state. The approval timelines are what vary so greatly, and the communication with staff is one of the hard parts of it, is how much of that is internal, how much of it's external. There is Integrity Employee Benefits as our ancillary broker, which works with our life, long-term, short-term disability, and PFML. So there's a webinar on lessons learned so far or something like that tomorrow morning that Integrity will be putting on because we've been relying heavily on that broker to get MetLife in line, which they're very helpful with as much as they can do. But yeah, I think the key thing being is that employers aren't opposed to this benefit for employees. Ideally, it's only a very small percentage of employees for, definitely the program being ripe for abuse, but there's only a very small percentage of employees who are utilizing it and not coming back. I think, giving employees the comfort to be able to know that they have a job to come back to and being able to make that as easy for the employee as we can will in the long term produce hopefully very loyal employees that we've supported through as best we can in the state program, supported them through these very difficult times in their lives. But it's the implementation and the administrative side of it with the poor plan designs where it's not easy for them to go through. It's not easy to get the benefits. And they're unfortunately very aware of the strain that it's putting on their coworkers. So it's flawed from both ends, from the employee experience and the employer side.
Good information.
But yes, I would strongly encourage to reach out, lobby.
Yep. All right.
Thank you.
Anything else on that?
Not from me.
Anybody else out there? Okay.
Crystal, did you have any comments you want to share or no? No. Just thought I'd ask.
All right.
I'll jump in just for a little bit for LSO. So obviously policy procedures, cross training is a big help. But being a small, team, if one's out, it's going to stretch the team. So my concerns are, are we going to have burnout on the team, and disengagement? And then the other piece is, I lost my train of thought. I just lost it.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah, so I can speak at my previous employer. At county, we did experiment. It wasn't in these circumstances, but we did have a floater that jumped around. So, but that's more of a specific type of work. I don't know if that's an option, but yeah. So those are my thoughts.
Okay. Moving on to then the 2027 budget review, administrative ASO, that'd be you. Thanks, everyone.
To that effect.
HR customer satisfaction survey too. We've historically heard that from employee engagement surveys. So that's a significant decrease from the 42,000 that was initially the McLean expense that I brought forward to you, because there are those additional features stripped away. What it removes is, again, that administrative panel that reviews the results with the consultant, and then they develop an implementation strategy for us, identify areas of change, help us with that implementation strategy. What it's been pared down to for that 28,000 is the survey itself, the design, the ramp up, the communication, the continued communication plan with it, and the employee and training and development, along with the presentation of the survey results and, some suggestions, but basically we're going to have to then determine our priorities and how we would implement those. So it means more work internally, basically. Kavira is the one. Before I move on to Kavira, is there any questions about the McLean & Co. survey, the changes, change in dollar amount? Discussion? Okay. We'll see after Kavira then, because that's the other major budget item. Kavira is added in here for $80,000. And that is when we talked about the employee exit survey. And Dan, you and I had the discussion that I said I'll be talking about Kavira in the work session today. Yes, it's under 6285. I'm sorry, 6265, professional services personnel, noted off to the right-hand side. Oh, there we go. Yes, thank you. Yep. So $80,000 for Kavira services. So Kavira, we first heard about at the end of last year. And when Dylan and I talked about it, by the time we heard about it at the MACA Macrame conference, the 2026 budget had already been set. And we knew that we would need time to negotiate it with the unions. And so we decided to revisit this year. And Gallagher, we got to discuss this with Gallagher right away as part of the creative solutions for medical insurance. What Kavira is, long story short, is like a beefed up Virtuell service that provides in-home services. So we already checked for our service area. Kavira is the only company that provides these types of services for our area, and it covers 99% of our current employees. We sent us Medica, we authorized them to share a census with Gallagher for them to see if Kavira would cover it. So there's one employee who lives in Sandstone who would have the option for virtual telehealth only through Kavira. But the great thing about Kavira is, for all but that one employee, they can send a nurse into someone's home same day or to their workplace. So employees could have a nurse meet them here. And it's for, again, a lot of urgent care, a lot of Virtuell type services that if an employee has, an ear infection, strep throat, pink eye, whatever things that you want to be seen for that day, they will, within 3 to 4 hours, come to your home. And if you need antibiotics, they have them there to give to you right away. They can do x-rays. There are certain prescriptions that they can give you. Aside from just antibiotics, there are some of those ongoing maintenance medications, blood pressure, cholesterol, some of those types of things. And this is separate from your health insurance. So this would remove all of those claims from our health insurance claims pool. And ideally, decrease our claims. When we just had our employee benefits committee meeting yesterday, there was someone who mentioned someone that they work with who just, needed to be in the emergency room for 4-hour wait because their family had strep throat or something else like that. This convenience factor can not only limit those claims and remove them from our health insurance claims, but it would revolutionize the employee experience for health insurance. When people talk about the medical insurance premiums and the coverage, This is a whole new way to address medical insurance needs. LeSueur County has it and has had very positive feedback from their staff and from their HR. Another city that I spoke to up in Alexandria area, that one of the schools is using it. It's still a relatively small number who are using it because a lot of people don't know about it. People who love it, use it, their staff love it. It's received very positive feedback. And so for reference, noting that that $80,000, if there's, you know, that upfront cost to look at, considerably, that's less than what you would pay for 7 employees for their health insurance for the year. And I should have noted that medical insurance premiums will actually be released in about mid to end of August. So that's what's different with Medica than what we had with PEEP. PEEP used to be September 30th. But when Medica gives us our rates this year, they're going to give us 2 rates. There's no guarantee that we can get a rate discount year 1 if we sign up for Quivira, but there's a possibility. So Medica will give us 2 rates this year, and the one would be our standard increase, which again, we're expecting to be around possibly up to 15% based on market trends and our claims loss ratio. And then there is the 1.5 premium reduction that we may be eligible for. That would include that premium discount if we enroll with Quivira separately and if we're eligible for that. So comparatively, that 1.5% premium reduction based on this year's premiums would be about a $43,000 difference. So we'd be looking at comparatively a $37,000 increase roughly to add Quivira for next year between the cost per employee and the discount that we may see from health insurance. They can't promise it yet, but
So they are or are not providing?
They will be providing 2, at which point it'll tell us whether or not we're eligible for that discount. If we only get 1, we're not eligible for the discount. They just can't promise it. Our insurance broker did say people who are not eligible for that discount are usually counties with like crazy claims loss ratios. Ours aren't great, but hence the historically high premiums. But we're at 94.5%. And ideally, insurance companies want to see you between 85 to 95% realistically. So we're on the higher end, but still within an okay range that it's possible, but not a guarantee. We'll know more in a month. So what I would plan for, this is the cost up front, right? So what I would propose as this year's budget is I would propose that this is an employer paid benefit for employees that we do as a trial period in 2027, that we need a memorandum of agreement that I would prepare to go out to all of our 9 unions, and it would need to pass unanimously. I don't know why it wouldn't, but I've been surprised, and it's not a guarantee. And why I would propose that is just like I talked about at EBC, and I would plan to inform the unions of this as well. I would plan for a listening session with the business agents and unions to educate them about Quivira and the huge benefits of service it provides as a different healthcare service model, noting that I think our plan for the county should be we're investing this money up front to show an investment in employees, and this is anticipated to be a benefit to the county at some point, but we're primarily looking to improve the employee experience. What I would be clear about right away is that we want to, if it's approved, we want to provide Quivira in 2027 as a 1-year trial period, but when we come to negotiations next year, again, insurance premiums are only going to plan to go up. I want to be transparent now that I think we should add a higher deductible, higher out-of-pocket max plan for implementation in 2028. We currently have 3 plans. I don't know which one of them I have an idea which one of them I would propose to get rid of in 2028, but we'd want to discuss that with, EBC, and it would be subject to negotiations. But that's how we could see part of the return on investment to the county is by having a high deductible and out-of-pocket maximum plan that means the premiums would be lower for it. Hence the county contributions potentially, depending on what goes to the HSA and whatnot. I would propose keeping our current high deductible plan. It has a deductible of $2,000 and an out-of-pocket maximum of $3,000, which is very benefits rich for a high deductible HSA compatible plan. That's also our most popular plan. So the goal would be changing which 3 plans we offer in 2028. I think that'll there's a really good chance that'll be better received if we've already provided Kavira on a trial basis in 2027 to get employees more comfortable with those services and show maybe you don't need a higher coverage plan if you're using your insurance for these types of things. And we've made it a better employee experience that now this is county paid, we're investing, we'll see some return on investment over time. But we're primarily looking to improve the employee experience with these in-home nurses that can come to their home within 3 to 4 hours. Please do.
The plan, I think that you're considering eliminating is by far the least chosen plan that we have.
Yeah.
By far, even across all 3 networks.
And
we don't
only
have many people choosing it.
Yeah, great point, thank you.
Sorry, I was just looking at one.
No, I'm glad that you did. Well, I actually plan to, this is the introductory conversation with Kavira. I know you're getting so many requests, but I mean, I think we're used to, for health insurance, this is not a total budget decision waiting until 1/1, right? Like we'll have the premiums within a month and there needs to be a phased implementation. Where I would plan to have Kavira do a presentation for you, either the first or second board meeting in August. And then I would need to follow up with the board's direction from there. Is this something that you would want me to approach with the unions? Because I would have to do the MOAs. I can start drafting the MOA now and send it to our memorandum of agreement, and send it to our labor attorney now for her review. But we would need to have a pretty clear direction from the board. I can't offer it to the unions if we know it's just not going to work. I understand your need to review the budget as a whole, but for health insurance, of course, the timeline is consistently known to be earlier.
What's that?
I think
We don't have any nurses available for you today. I mean, where are they pulling from? Is there a pool of nurses?
Kavira and or Gallagher can give a better answer to that, but I know from, again, the other counties and cities I've spoken with, they've never had a problem with nurses being available. They're contracted nursing staff, and I've never heard a single problem with that. I asked for information regarding response time, which is where they said consistently within 3 to 4 hours. And the hours of operation, I'm very excited about this too, in case you can't tell. I think this would revolutionize the healthcare experience for employees here at Mille Lacs County, which is consistently a pain point. And I'll talk about family members in a second too.
So the ones that you mentioned that are currently using it though are in more highly populated areas.
There's a mix, like Kennebec was one of them. Right?
Oh, it was.
You know what, I'll have to double check on that, I'm sorry, but there was a variety.
I think you're right, but.
Yeah, well, and the key thing being is, again, we had them pull the census of employee addresses, of just sending them the addresses, do they service these areas, and they're continuing to expand. Like when I got a bid last year, they did not service the Brainerd area. This year, they do. So they're.
Bigger town, you'd think they'd have a bigger.
Exactly, yep.
If you're looking at like location of like nurses responding, they're all over. There's not like one central hub. They have, I think it's like nurses. They're all over. So you could get one that's closer to you or.
Yep, that are employed by Kavira. And so then Monday through Friday, hours of operation are 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. And Saturday and Sunday hours are 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So if an employee wakes up and they're ill, Saturday morning, they can still have somebody come out that day. They may send the message at 3 in the morning, but they'll have that response within 10 to 2 that day. And here is really the greatest part about it. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. The greatest part about it, other than, one of the greatest parts about it is we've talked so much about family insurance and the premiums are so high and we keep having this battle of how do we even out single versus family. Kavira can help a lot with that too because it's not standard health insurance. The way that Kavira works is if we pay for it for the employee or if the employee is covered, their dependents can utilize the service too. They don't have to carry family coverage with us for their dependents to be able to use this. So if they wake up and they have a house full of sick kids, one nurse can come out and treat them all, get them antibiotics that day, and it's at no cost to the employee.
That's huge.
Yes.
What do we have for total healthcare? What are we looking at for our total bill?
Per employee?
No, total.
Um,
Are we talking about how much?
oh, they're usually around $237 per month on the invoice, I believe.
Sorry, could you say that again? I was thinking.
I'm trying to figure out what we're spending on healthcare
Mhm.
as a whole. And, you've got a reduction in your costs if you participate potentially.
Right.
I'm trying to figure out, if this is a good deal, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'd be curious, I'd be curious if, and I know it's not apples to apples, but what happens after county goes with Kavira the following, or what are their rates? How, does it go down or?
See, they've only been around since 2020, and even LeSueur, who I talked to, and LeSueur is kind of on the forefront of things. Honestly, their HR is a rock star. I don't understand how she does it. But she's who I talked to at last year's macrame that talked about this. Their first year with it was last year, or maybe 2024. So it's really too new to see the return on investment other than like with Kavira by itself. I think with the plan redesign that I'm proposing, that's why this is part of that phased implementation, is we can balance the employee, still improving the employee experience with the county costs and not keep hoping for premiums to get better and pushing more costs on both sides.
You're probably talking at least a 5-year before you'll see a
I think,
balance in the.
So what,
yeah.
they're sending nurses or are they sending physician assistants out? Because nurses cannot prescribe drugs, huh? They can administer drugs.
I cut you off, sorry about that, go ahead.
Yeah, nurses can't prescribe drugs, they can administer drugs. So are these physician assistants that they're using?
No, I'm pretty sure they're RNs.
So they
Probably
are.
nurse
Probably RNs
practitioners,
under
because
the-
nurse practitioners can,
So,
Whoever they're
Yeah.
sending, you will be able to get it.
or they're
Right.
telemetting with the RNs.
Yep, or they're under someone else's license.
well, they can be under somebody other doctor's license, they're consulting with what they're
Yeah.
trying. They're not really, nurses and RNs aren't even allowed to diagnose. But I mean, they can give symptoms to a doctor and a doctor can diagnose and they can get the drug prescription probably faster. I don't know.
The fact
if
that
it's
you could-
working, but.
If it's an obvious situation and do something quickly.
But I just want to correct Mr. Jay that this is not the future. This was happening in the past because my doctor used to come to my house.
Yeah, and when.
Cheaper alternative.
Yeah, when I have Kavira do a presentation to the board, assuming that that's the right direction that we go next, I mean, a lot of these other questions they can dive more into these specifics, and we had a demo, we had Gallagher just speak, there was 2 slides on it to the Employee Benefits Committee yesterday, just saying that we're exploring costs, not promising anything on behalf of the board, just knowing that it's a budget request. And EBC members that were present are very excited about it. And again, employees from other counties they love it. What I calculated is that the county's spending over $3 million per year in health insurance, assuming that we pay about $1,000 to $1,100 to employees between the health insurance premiums and HSA contributions.
That's the answer I wanted to have. Thank you.
So again, even if we don't get that 1.5% discount on the premiums, which again, we can't guarantee, I'm optimistic on it, but can't guarantee, $80,000 comparably, again, that's your cost for less than 7 employees' healthcare for the year, just this year, before premiums go up next year, and the year beyond, and the year beyond, and the year beyond.
There'll be a little bit of a learning curve for people to actually utilize something new.
Yep.
They like what they like, want to go see the doctor, yeah, I get that. But I kind of think that, this is a fabulous option for me. I think it saves.
We plan on really pushing it.
Oh, yeah. And Gallagher is going to help a lot with that, because that's the key to the program's success is people using it. And, on the flip side of it, there are people who do not want to go to the doctor. And how easy is it to get in and how convenient? Kavira does wellness checks too.
Oh, sometimes you call, you can't get in.
Exactly.
And then you're thinking, do I want to have an ER copay or not?
Yeah,
You know, urgent care, are we open or where are we at? So,
yep. Even from the wellness check perspective are some of, just for the convenience factor, are we catching some of those high-cost claims earlier on?
Sounds like they even do mental health therapists,
Yes.
CNAs, home health aides. I'm just, sorry.
No.
I'm kind of excited
You
about it.
Googled the thing and you're.
I'm Googling it
snooping?
all.
I am glad. I have some materials that I can share already, including the Kavira presentation that we saw. But again, it was only for EBC yesterday. It was only, again, 2 or 3 very generalized slides that we went over just to encourage employees. We're doing our best to look at creative solutions. We know insurance is a pain point. Just know that the county is committed to seeking resolutions. But I would plan to bring this back to the board either first or second board meeting in August. Just ask Kavira to do a presentation on one of the work sessions. I just want to be, again, transparent about the fact that this cost would need to be approved before the 2027 budget as a whole. I know that that's hard for you to do, but medical insurance, county contributions are always approved before that anyway, and that's looking at millions of dollars. So, because then beyond that, I'll need to do the phased of draft the MOA, get it approved, get it out to the unions, allow them time to vote. I plan for an informational session for them from Kavira before they vote, so the unions know what they're voting on and can help educate their members. And it has to pass unanimously with the unions. So there's still a lot of ifs from this domino effect that I need to get started somewhere.
I think it's great.
I like it. Yeah,
I want to see more.
Excellent.
yeah, no?
What do you guys think? Microphone.
The overall increase in this particular budget is 15% total?
For ASO budget, 14.45%. I have 3 items.
I can't sell that out on the street. But, if the entire budget comes in at 14.5, they'll have pitchforks in here, just from what I see in the ditch committees. So, we have to look at, if it's 14 in this budget area, but someplace else, when it comes all together, it's got to be single digits. That can't be double digits. But this particular program, visitation, might be worthwhile, but yeah, presentation, I'd like to see the presentation.
Sure. Healthcare premiums are not going to go down.
The fact that the healthcare premiums are going to go up, we can't regulate
But
that.
we just
You can
got
have
those
other-
for Central Minnesota Jobs and Training Services, and ours didn't go up at all for next year. So I don't know, it varies on your experience level and claims level, so I don't know.
Yeah, and ours is consistently around that 95%. I think I've seen between 92 to 96% or something like that. So then the third agenda item I have is part of that employee, the training expense. I asked for an additional $500 there. I want to be able to send Crystal to at least 1 training next year to work on the employee training and development. I do want to note, I hear what you're saying, and I realize that, again, we've talked about tough decisions are going to be made for next year. And I understand that, we're going to have some short and long-term planning. And that's what I'm looking for. I really am just looking to change the conversation of, again, like I mentioned at the beginning, the entire time I've been here, I, again, had 1 budget request for a staff member, and we're seeing employees are suffering as a result of the lack of investment in HR. So when you're investing in HR, you're investing in employees, and we're seeing those gaps based on the lack of requests and investments earlier. Now, to be fair, you can't approve what I don't ask for, so starting that now.
$500. I might break the bank.
Yep. And again, I know we're in preliminary budget discussions overall. That Kavira is the only one where I'm on a
Talking
timeline.
about training expenses, so you're increasing those by 5,000?
I'm asking to increase 500.
I'm just looking at 20 and 26 to
Yeah.
27.
I was going to say 17.5, and the other one says 12.
I'm just talking about my portion of that.
Oh, your portion of that?
Yep.
But the whole thing's going up 2,500. All right? Am I reading it wrong?
Was that 15?
Well, you just kick and change yours.
See how-
Take
see how easy
some
it-
out of this one and that
See how
one.
easy it was to reduce the budget already? No.
Yeah.
Right, 2,500.
Those are just the three items that I wanted to cover for my portions of the budget. Like I mentioned, the Kavir is the only one where I'm on a timeline. So I'm hearing, knowing that this is not an approve or deny moment, I'm just hearing that there's an interest that I'm okay to bring Kavir back for a presentation to the board. And it's not out of line for employees to see that and know it may be a possibility.
We don't commit to anything, we're listening. I think that's good.
Yes. Yep, exactly. We're at the information gathering point so far. When it would come to, again, I'm proposing it as 100% county paid. I strongly feel that that's the best option, especially looking at proposing lower premium, more expensive plan designs going forward. On top of the fact, that's what the other individuals or the other entities I've spoken with do. Largely, if we were to ask for an employer-employee split, we'd probably spend just as much in attorney's fees trying to get it split, so.
So at 80,000, what would that be per employee?
Oh, I had this too, because that's what was on the proposal. Thank you, Amy. She's better with numbers.
Divided
Well, I guess I could do the math too, but
by 80,000 divided by 252.
yeah, I get that.
There's currently 220
220.
employees enrolled, and that's why the bid came back at like 73,000. I budgeted 80 because it's quite likely that with this available, since we'll want employees to enroll in medical insurance to get this option so that our claims pool as a whole is expanded. I'm anticipating at least several more of the people who have waived joining on. That sounds about right. Was it 220 or 230?
I thought it was 220.
Yep, okay.
So how much per employee per?
I just did a 250 average.
Sure.
Yeah, okay, so it's about $26 a month per claim.
And
300 a year.
so it'd be interesting to know, so if you're decreasing the benefit, so it's costing the county less, it's going to cost the county probably way less than 26 per employee. Don't you think? So I would think that we should be leveling out quickly with a return on that investment.
I think it's quite plausible. Through just claims loss ratio, not likely, but with the phased plan redesign that I have, as long as that, moves forward and everything goes as planned, or we can even get, something different in plan set up, I think it's very likely that we'll be cost neutral and or ahead by 2028, if it all goes as planned.
Did I hear you say that if the employee has that, it's good for the whole family?
Yes.
So even though they don't have family medical?
Correct.
You could have some people switch and go to a employee-only plan,
Not even
away
do the
from family plans, and then utilize it for the.
It's possible because, Kavira would still not, part of what we pay for with insurance is peace of mind, right? And so, it doesn't pay for, they can do the x-rays, but still if kids have hospital stays or broken bones, right, yep, or, things like that. Nobody knows when they're going to have a preemie baby. Nobody knows, all those things. I mean, I think it's possible. And/or is somebody more likely to switch to their spouse's plan now because they know the things that they need coverage for most are going to be taken care of through Kavir, and they can take a lesser plan option otherwhere or out on the free market or, wherever else, maybe. It's just our free market options in the area aren't great. That's why employees are really forced to take our family insurance unless they have a spouse with more reasonable.
We have more younger employees than we do older employees, right?
We're shifting in that direction. Yeah, I mean, amongst HRs, we're all talking about there's a anticipated phased retirements going to be happening over the next few years. We're also getting at the point that we're even seeing with like our supervisory recruitments where we're seeing like, I'm trying to think of what generation I would be and or slightly above me. Oh, I don't know. Gen X?
Those Gen X.
Thank you. Seeing more Gen X's and millennials move into those, you know, second tier supervisory roles and then on up to departments. So yeah, we're making that transition.
Surprised you didn't get the Gen X to work at all.
Dan.
Yeah, we're seeing those of us who were desperate during the recession and started getting experience and moving our way up. So paying dividends now. Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk to for my 3 items. I'm definitely hearing a clear interest that I'm at least safe to bring Kavira back to do a presentation at work session at the next board meeting, which I'll get lined up.
Sounds good.
Okay. Any other questions on the McLean Kavira training, any of my budget portions? Okay.
Thank you. Is that it? Or?
Yep.
All right.
Do you have any other questions?
I guess I would just reiterate what Carly said as far as these one-time additions, right? And as they are ongoing, there's opportunities for those premiums to decrease, although we all know that sometimes, well, most likely, inflationary costs are going to affect everybody's budget. And that's what I'm seeing in these lines outside of those specific requests. I guess I don't have too much to add other than that most of this budget is impacted by inflation and just ongoing agreements with union contracts and all that good stuff is going to affect everybody's budget as well. So, thank you.
Thank you.
And the county attorney, sheriff, and public works both have new FTE requests for 27. So just as we come to the board with those, just to be aware. I think I've mentioned that before in my updates, but.
Okay.
Just a quick question. We get these requests to spend money before the budget resolved and that stuff. Is the timeline for putting the budget together not realistic, that maybe it should be moved up in the year and then solidified earlier in the summer before all these medical things and other things that come up? Seems like we're getting a lot of early jumps on. I know the statute says we have to approve it in December or something, but I mean,
I've seen other counties start the process earlier.
yeah.
The only challenge with that is maybe you don't have all the information at that time.
Yeah, it's a drawback one way or another. Yeah.
That's something certainly good look at. And I believe we did send out earlier this year than past year, so.
Yeah, we started in January for the departments to look at them. What the commissioners look at earlier. That's the question, I guess. All right.
So as far as the overall levy, so right now, the new FTE requests are not in the budgets now. That's something you want me to add in and get a levy, ballpark number?
I guess we don't know until we see it, unless we
With or
see it.
without, I guess I'm looking for direction from you
I think we
in that regard.
talked a little bit about this before, to put those requests in, then we trim back if we have to. I mean, it's. you have
Easier to
look-
pull out than to try and add it back
It'd be
in.
nice to have the or without.
Because we have to, the other information you need is tax capacity and how much growth the county had and those type of things all figure into it, so. It looks bad on paper right now, but if the tax capacity went up, it drops, those type of things.
And then I know I mentioned, during my update, I did meet with Nolan and we met together to go over the CIP. We're looking at, earlier this year, we pulled out the facility of
Judicial?
Big words. Justice Center basement, it was I think it was 25,000 in the CIP for this year. It's 120, I think, next year. We pulled that out because we pulled out this one, so I just we're not planning on keeping that in, it was scheduled for 27, so. We'll have a meeting later like we did last.
Well,
For all of those.
yeah, if we're gonna do anything with the jail, we have to have a 5-year CIP plan, right, really quick. Probably.
Yep, and then, to the point on the sheriff's office on, looking more out on what those changes, maybe it's also reviewing those at the time. Seeing if everything's in there.
Okay. I don't think so. Question. Ordering, Relax County apparel.
Yep.
I don't know how to do it. I can't get on the hub.
You get on it right to the computer there.
I know, I still,
Trying to get a new shirt.
do you know how to do it?
Well, I do have a question.
See, I don't have a computer, so.
The employee,
The work phone should work.
Yeah, I just,
Okay.
is the employee picnic on the, I thought it was the 18th, but I got an email today, it's on the 4th now?
Yes. What did we originally talk, 18th?
We
And then
talked-
I gave you an update that due to a conflict with CBS, it was before.
Okay,
August 4th, right? Yes,
so I just want to clarify what day it's on.
August 4th.
for what?
The employee picnic?
Yeah, at 11:30.
On the 4th, yeah, because after the last meeting, my understanding was on the 18th, but then I guess it was changed. Right after the board meeting.
I like that. I like that option. What's that? And with games? Yeah. And good games.
And a dunk tank.
But,
It's not that.
but it's outside,
And last time we just had it.
back here, yeah, oh, be in the building?
Yep.
I think that's better.
Somebody think it was outside in the front. Are they still having the dunk tank on the 4th?
Yep.
That's over here.
Yeah, we'll find a place for the dunk tank, so.
Because the weather's getting colder, I was just asking. Supposed to be like 49 degrees tomorrow morning. I don't know. They're taking volunteers, Jay.
Yep, for the, LMC.
They're looking for a commissioner. Jay, they're looking for a commissioner. I did say I would do it, but the 4th might be a conflict day for me. The 18th wasn't.
Now you got a conflict.
Well, I didn't have on the 18th when I volunteered. That's it.
And I thought I sent an update to the board, I apologize.
So I don't know how to get on there. Back to HR and all that, when I first became a commissioner, I didn't know anything or what to do, or, I can empathize with some employees maybe as to how the communication, you're a commissioner now, there you go.
You complaining about the onboarding process?
Yes. I wasn't onboarded.
Make your own.
Because we can get IT to make sure you have the app to SharePoint.
Little SharePoint right there, that one?
Yep, that one. And then,
Or apparel orders, right?
yep,
Yep, there it
and then
is.
just click on the link and that should take you to the site.
Yeah, it's that simple.
Are you getting a team unity?
Did it work?
Goodbye, Roger.
No.
Something.
Oh, that's an old one. Let's put that one. Oh, And then scroll up. There should be an announcement.
Yep.
See, I don't find the hub being very user-friendly. I think a direct email,
It's different on phones because let's click on those buttons.
I just think direct email is better.
Go and see Casey and John should get a laptop.
It should be home.
I don't want another device.
Oh, cut it out.
Can't get enough devices.
Go back to home because it's going to be,
Thanks for everything.
should be,
Too.
yeah, that's an old one.
Doesn't sound good, does it, this budget?
Like going down there. There you go. There's the apparel order. And then there's the link.
Okay. I'll try to get to it.
So, Alan had set it up originally on what's available out there, but there's other options. For the apparel orders.
Oh, for the apparel.
So that's something that we can look at too.
I just think, you know, when we go to those AMC things and stuff, or go to meetings, it's nice to have like a zip up with Mille Lacs County on it. Hey, go team.
Dan needs one.
I just wear this because I can take it off for security. People start shooting. No, I'm not a commander. Harder to take your clothes off.
Spare us.
Maybe they make some with like a fairway, drop.
All right, I gotta get on to my next appointment.
Thank you, Doug.
Yeah. Update on the chief financial officer.
Oh, that'd be nice.
So we did sent an offer, and they're super highly qualified, as I mentioned. CPA, public administration, masters. They counter with a much higher than we're normally. It's our only qualified applicant.
Well, and it's a very important position.
Yep.
Much higher than 10 grand or 20 grand, 30 grand.
It's at a higher step of the.
Is it within the grade?
It's within the grade.
He'd be the anchor, or she, whomever?
The qualifications,
Is it at the
the
top?
warrant fee.
Question, is it at the top step or still steps above that?
Gotta have that filled. Gotta have somebody sharp.
Well, we have the same problem, you know, with engineers, CPAs, all the professionals. They're not graduating as many as they used to be, any of those.
I just feel if we get someone that's already got qualifications that meet our needs, it's worth paying them.
It's city experience. They did work for county and the county, but the metro.
Well, I'm not so afraid of somebody that's not a rural person coming in to manage money. Managing money is managing money. Yep.
That's it. I need it in the metro area, and they ridiculous.
I mean, I like Amy.
Are we still interviewing for an engineer?
We have interviews scheduled for
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
See, I'm not gonna miss that one.
Good.
Well, you know how I missed that? Because I swear she put both of them to tomorrow.
Yeah, so that's the final second round. So we have 2 applicants. So hopefully we'll have come to a decision, make an offer, and then we'll go from there. So hopefully it's accepted and we get it filled within about a month, a little over a month.
Yeah, and hopefully if that one doesn't accept, then the other one will accept.
They counter offer you a step above, but we still have a couple of years and still within our range.
So here's the challenge, because we just talked about the ASL budget, so with the CFO, if it's a higher one, then that's gonna obviously impact, because right now it's focusing on Amy's current position, right, what she's at instead of grade. We're gonna have an increase there as well, depending on.
So how
who we
much
hire.
above?
So, I think that was an R, so there's 2 other steps up from what they're asking for.
So yearly, how much would that, much more would that?
How much more a year?
Yeah.
It was like a couple of hours, possibly more.
Red line for them, or you get
I'm sorry, what was
is that
that?
a red line for them, or you get them halfway, like, everybody you negotiate, so they
Yeah.
2 steps and come one
Come
step.
back down to 1 step.
I mean, the challenge is he already has taken a pay cut at that grade, at that
Oh,
step.
geez.
So,
All right, I gotta go.
and which is why we're looking at, vacation too, to add to that. as an
Sure, sweeten the
incentive.
pot. Yeah.
Yep.
Notice that on the employee survey.
All right, see you guys.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow, Doug.
Motivated things that always get what.
I'd have to look at our policy, I can't remember what, but, I mean,
What do we give you?
no, I didn't get anything.
You gotta accrue for 6 months before you can even use it, right? I think that the opening is like a couple of weeks after the year,
It used to be that we did update our personnel policy to allow them to use it right away as soon as they earn it.
It was crazy because when I went to Kanabec, they went away from sick leave and PTO, or went to PTO. But the negotiating team had Tom Rauschlein on it as an employee. And they negotiated a crazy thing. And I went over there and I said, you gotta be kidding me. You're giving me this much time off? They said, yes, this was fabulous.
First public job I ever did.
Maybe a little different scenario, but what I liked about this situation is I thought they were really ridiculous because they also created an emergency medical benefit that if you used 40 hours PTO and you had a hip surgery like this old man, you had sick time that you just couldn't use for nickel and dime colds and things. And I'm going, man, I never used that thing and I had 2 hips replaced over there and I still left $300-400 on the table when I went home. So.
The challenge with the conversion, it's not always a benefit for everybody.
No, that's true. But what they did do is, Tom got back on the board after being an employee. He was a former commissioner, worked there, and then went back to be a commissioner. The challenge.
Overtime for paid annual leave.
Oh,
Sheriff's gonna go up another $250,000 budget like he did 2 years.
Yeah, it's gonna be harsh.
So, I mean, just like him asking for positions, but the reality is the overtime would justify that position that he's using the overtime. And the question is then, if you do that position, then you're like, well, can't use overtime. Well, you can't really do that too. So that's another discussion.
Well, I asked really with the survey, we for sure 2 years, we went for the money. He asked before. He did. He came at the end of the budget year, it was already spent. Yeah, figure out.
Well, his situation is different than others, I think, a little bit.